Test. All right, let me try this. Test.
Well, thank you. Welcome to the Boards and Commission Structure Committee meeting for March 29th. Before we begin this evening, have Sherry give the particulars about hybrid meeting.
If you are attending this meeting via Zoom, please ensure you are muted and your video is off when you are not active. This allows the active on screen. When you are participating, please unmute and turn your video on. If you have any trouble, you can send a chat. All chats go directly to me. The city reserves the right to mute or this off and device distractions during the meeting. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25.
Thank you. First order of business is to approve the minutes. Does anybody have any edits?
We do roll call.
Oh, so that's right. Sorry.
That's okay. Sharon Ashworth,
Present.
Katie Barnett, Sharon Ellenbecker,
Present.
Travis Harrod, Christopher Cohart. John Nalbandian,
Yes.
Stanley Rasmussen,
I'm here.
Daniel Smith,
Here.
and Katie Barnett.
Karen. Okay, so does anybody have any edits, amendments to the minutes? Am I? None? Okay, can I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I move to approve minutes. John Nalbandian.
Thank you. Do I have a second to approve the minutes? Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstain. Great, motion passes. Thank you. So this evening, we've got a pretty packed agenda with all the stuff that we were sent, and given that the update to these agenda items included a engagement plan that is possibly scheduled for next month, probably the first item that we need to tackle then is the actual establish the advisory board structure. That's sort of the thing that people are going to be most interested. They're going to want to know about. Well, that's what will be presented at the public engagement meeting. So that's probably the thing we need to tackle first, is go right ahead and dive into what we think, or at least have opinions on doing the structure. So that's this piece of paper that was sent, ordinance number 9678. And I'm sure there might be some comments for the front materials describing the bodies. But I thought as long as there are no objections, we just get right into the boards and structures, and then maybe come back to some of the front material or the top material. And that might, getting the structures down is going to help inform, I think, the rest of the discussion. We can get that done. Okay. So I put a bunch of sticky things up here. I thought that might help as we move through this. I just simply put the 5 outcomes from the strategic plan up there. The names of the boards and commissions, that doesn't mean those have to be there. I mean, it's just to get us started with what's here. We can come up with new names, new combinations, things like that, but I just put those up there as they are in here, at least for the 5 outcomes. If we come up with more, we'll have more sticky sheets.
Before we do that, could I have a couple of comments about the content
Of
of 9678. Yeah. The first one is on page 2, where it says the Unmistakable Identity Board. There's nothing in here that says anything about what happens to the existing board. And at some point in some document, I think that's got to be made explicit. Now, for example, you have the boards that fit under, like, unmistakable identity, but it's not clear what, will there be a single unmistakable identity board and Parks and Rec board goes away?
That is what we are figuring out tonight.
Okay, that's what we're gonna,
Yes, that is what we're gonna figure out tonight, is
okay,
what these boards and commissions, these entities will look like and what they will be called, or at least the draft. What we think they should be called. So I just put those up there to start the outcomes. It might end up that, who knows where the existing Parks and Rec would go? Would it be called something else? That's the sort of thing we're talking about tonight. Is figuring out what that structure is.
Okay.
So currently, at least in our document here, right now, what comes under unmistakable identity board, if that's what we end up calling it, is the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, the Transient Guest Tax Grant Program Advisory Board, and the Lawrence Cultural Arts Commission. Now, these were put together based on our previous discussions of what fit under this and what we decided was a primary purpose of each of these committees. So we need to think about it. Do we think those fit under this one umbrella, possibly called unmistakable identities? Do we have other sorts of issues that we think should be under that, other sorts of committees? Do we think one of these existing committees doesn't need to be in this?
there is a question. I was talking, the champion of unmistakable identity at this point is Parks and Rec Director is Derek Rogers. And he was, when he talks about the culture, arts, whatever that art, he adds heritage to that. So it's Parks and Rec, arts, culture, and heritage. And that hasn't been formally, been talked about. But it sure seems relevant when we think about, Watkins Museum and all the history. So I don't know where that conversation fits, but
Daniel B. Smith. Yeah, I agree. Obviously, I'm close to the unmistakable identity side of things. And I'm also aware that, Parks and Rec is looking forward towards like what, not just what they are now, but what they could be. And I know that heritage component is something they're really interested in bringing in, so like the Historic Resources Commission as it currently exists, I don't think today would make sense to be an unmistakable identity. But I think that looking forward, I could see more of that history and heritage being brought in as really what defines the identity of the community.
Yep.
So I think that it's a little bit tricky because on one hand, we're looking at the things that exist now and how they might be combined in the short term. But I think we also have to keep in mind how things might look 5 or 10 years from now. And if Parks and Recreation, who are, as you know, are undergoing a lot of sort of like forward facing stuff right now, if they feel like that's a direction that they want to go, I think we do need to kind of keep that in mind, keep in mind the trajectory, and potentially look at moving some of that historic heritage focused work under the unmistakable identity umbrella. I do want to also ask though, we're talking about these different silos and then how it's written out and how, we have obviously the main, all these main strategic areas we've talked about before. When you talk about wanting, whether or not we want these different boards or commissions to be under that umbrella, I feel like just to be very specific in the terminology, I think what you're asking about is, when we have these listed here under unmistakable identity, is that meaning that these are multiple bodies that exist under that scope? Or are we literally saying smash all these together into one body? Because I think that while there might be some opportunities to get that simple, I think that with specifically, and we are starting with unmistakable identity, which is my stomping ground. I think that Parks and Recreation and Cultural Arts Commission represent two very distinct sides of what people look at for the identity of the community, and combining them would be very rough. I think it'd be very difficult. But I think that transient guest tax is a different discussion entirely. But I would, as great as it would be to end up with 5 boards and then a few others.
This is not,
Yeah.
I just put these up there for now.
I think that we shouldn't look to combine things quite to that extent.
So my question, since you're Parks and Rec and Lawrence Cultural Arts Commission, are there any special qualifications to serve on either of those? That would,
Not on Parks and Rec because it would qualify as a policy, as a policy board. But we have people who have interests, but it's not we would want somebody who you enroll in the programs, you use the parks, you cycle, you do these kinds of things so that when, like I'm thinking about what Derek does is they bring to us like the capital improvements, what they're proposing. What do you guys think about this? And I'm going, does the arts group really want to get involved in prioritizing Parks and Rec stuff?
well, that's why I'm thinking about qualifications. Is there any reason, in terms of what is it about the decision-making that these boards do that they could not be, just to play devil's advocate?
Sure.
Why could not somebody who doesn't need special qualifications to sit on either one? Why couldn't a person from the community tackle each of these issues?
They probably could. The question is of interest.
I'll answer, but Stan's got his hand up for a little bit.
Yes, Stan.
So when we initially met and we had the long list of boards that we were looking at, there were a few of them that I had marked as, for lack of a better term, kind of untouchable. And the Parks and Rec Board was one of those, along with like the BZA, LMH Health, Planning Commission. And I think I had marked the Parks and Rec Board because are they not statutorily required for the community to have? There was a reason that we had considered the Parks and Rec Board as one that might be outside of being able to be merged or eliminated. So
I can
we
correct
need
you
some
there, but
guidance
it
on
is
that.
not.
We inventoried what is statutory and what is not, I think, in the original list that we sent, which I don't have in front of me, but.
I have it somewhere. It is not. Oh, sorry. I thought you said something.
I'll have to look.
Okay.
Smith, we'll
I don't believe it was.
loop back around. I mean,
Because I thought the Planning Commission was like that too, since it's a combined board, but yet it's listed here under one of these topics. So I think we need to be sure.
Well,
Well,
if,
you have to account for the statutory duties. It doesn't mean that it's exclusive. Somebody has to do that work, and I don't think we can call it.
Smith, just circling back to the devil's advocacy, as far as like the membership of both of our boards, there's not qualifications that are required to be a part of it as far as like a specific set qualification. You don't have to be an architect or a lawyer, but as far as our membership is concerned, we do very much look at the qualifications somebody has. And for us, everybody on the board has like pretty significant amount of experience, specifically when it comes to arts in the community. A lot of them are involved in arts-based organizations. Some of them are independent artists. So, and that's really what we are very intentional about, trying to make sure our body reflects the breadth of who in our population is interested in arts and culture. And as much as I appreciate everything that the Parks and Recreation Board does, I think most of our membership would not really be very interested or feel they feel qualified to speak to those issues, which are kind of their own animal.
And what about I'm sorry,
That's okay. Go ahead.
and what about what Stan said about untouchables?
Well,
We just need to get back to
Parks and
this.
Parks and Rec is not a statutorily, the planning commission is set. We can't disband the planning. Parks and Rec board is not described like that.
My understanding is that there are certain responsibilities that the Parks and Rec Board does that are required, but those can be executed by some other sort of body.
I'm sorry.
Right.
I just wanted to say, like, I think the point of this, though, is that we don't have 6 people on who are interested in arts and culture in Lawrence for one advisory board, but that for instance, unmistakable identity board contains 1 to 2 intentional members whose sole focus or expertise is in arts and culture. That's the point of like whittling this down. Yes or no?
Well, actually, that's a really great point that I was thinking that, is there anything limiting that, let's say, for argument's sake, unmistakable identity was a 10-person board. Is there any reason that some of those people could be somewhat prescribed, that the individuals that serve on that 10-member board come from these interest areas?
Sure.
Yeah, Smith, I mean, where I'm coming from with my board, we come every month with a full agenda. So where my head goes is that if we had a 10-person board that did both of them, the meetings would be twice as long, and then half of the people would be less interested half of the time. I feel like we're having a special meeting right after this on top of our normal meetings. So I don't know if doubling, I feel like that sounds to me like a recipe for 5-hour meetings or more. And honestly, meetings where people are probably going to butt heads a little bit more from slightly different worlds. So I think the impetus to reduce things is good, but I think there's, from my understanding with some of the funding issues, there's already a little bit of conflict between the two sides. So
I was just going to say this ordinance very specifically outlines that the boards or commissions have the ability to make subcommittees. The Human Relations Commission intentionally made 3 subcommittees that focused on the duties of the commission. And so you could, within the unmistakable identity, have those people have an arts subcommittee and a park subcommittee and whatever, and they do work and bring it to the commission so that the people who have special interests are working on their special interests outside of the time of the commission's meetings. They bring their expertise and their results, research, policy recommendations, et cetera, to the commission. The commission meetings, hear them say, hey, you guys are the experts, you're the subcommittee, you worked on this. Do we want to consider this new change or whatever it is? And then things move along. That could be an option.
Yeah, I like that.
Deanna Smith, I mean, that does sound like when you put it that way, it sounds like that would help. But the Cultural Arts Commission already has 3 subcommittees of its own. So would those be additional subcommittees? Or those would be like subcommittees? It just seems.
Well, I mean, I think we're gonna have to figure out what to do with all the people. I mean, some of the commissions have had a reduction of interest in serving. Some people might be like, oh, I'd be so grateful if you absorb the subcommittee. And this would be another thing that I wouldn't have to be obligated to, which I think is really important to take the temperature of, if you were doing these surveys with our outreach plan, take the temperature and see what people think. Because no, we don't need 30 people on the unmistakable identity. So, I mean, we're going to have to condense it down. How we do that, I don't know if we're going to discuss that today or if it does have to be a part of the discussion. Okay.
And I need some help understanding if one of the whole reasons to do this was to cut down on the number of meetings, because each one of these meetings is an expense in terms of having someone from the city, a liaison here, or also having it broadcast for the open meetings requirements, then you have to actually cut down on And do the subcommittees have to be?
No.
No, they can just be, they don't have to have a liaison there and they don't have to be, so that would,
It facilitates a lot of really great conversation, if I'm being honest.
That wouldn't really be, that's not really appropriate. They really should be those members and would be meeting, the open meeting act.
Subcommittees are subject to the open meetings.
Okay,
so, the whole idea was kind of and rein in some expense. It was an incredible amount of money being spent so that the advisory boards could have meetings. And then the only other, I need some help on number 5, when the first handout from the very first meeting, it said Parks and Rec Advisory Board established by this ordinance, required by federal, state or federal law, yes. And it says KSA 12-1930. So that means that we have to have a Parks and Rec Advisory Board. Boom.
Yes, there is a statute that says that there shall be one. Now, whether it has to be named the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, I don't believe that that is required by statute, but there has to be a board that serves the function of an advisory board, Parks and Rec Advisory.
And it can be part of something else. But
So it could be standalone, where I've got it right there now, or put in this category.
be the unmistakable identity board but formed subject to KSA, whatever.
Right. It would take those issues. It would hear those issues.
I think like for Parks and Rec, I would really like Parks and Rec to be part of this conversation among the groups that are involved in the unmistakable identity. I think that would be great. I mean, to be able to talk about, for example, gateways to the city, Parks and Rec, gateways to the city, but then to engage the arts community in how can we work this so that we have this fabulous, artistic engagement. I think that kind of coordination, that kind of sharing of information is really, really important. But I like the idea of the subcommittee.
How do we
So
get-
part of the total, but still.
Yeah. How do we address the workload piece?
I will say, just since we're in the unmistakable identity section and we are looking at the bodies that are there, there's 3 that are listed. For me coming to this meeting, the most obvious thing that I would recommend changing is the way the transient guest tax advisory board is considered and exists. Currently, it is brought together annually to oversee the distribution of those TGT funds, which really falls in when we're talking early on about what sort of boards we want to have, what sort of boards we don't want to have. Something which comes up annually and is brought together, it does not really meet the description of a municipal board. Seems more like a task force or a subcommittee. And what I know about the TGT advisory board is that there is a specific pool of money which is generated by the transient guest tax, and that it is doled out every year. And it goes to primarily arts and cultural events, and then also more Parks and Rec sporting type events. And I've never served on that board. Members of my commission have served on that board. And from what I hear is that every year it is relatively, there's some amount of contention sort of along between those 2 different sides, which to me sounds like a lot of wasted effort for all involved. So, I mean, to me, the TGT advisory board seems like the most obvious thing there that could be executed in a better way. And in my opinion, seeing as how a portion of that goes to arts and culture, and that's kind of what is my bread and butter. I feel like there's no reason for the 2 sides, the sport, the more athletic, sporting, outdoors, parks and recreation, and the arts and culture side, those 2 sides to compete. And so, I mean, my dream would be that the TGT fund just has set percentage goes one way, set percentage goes the other way, no fighting, and that there's a subcommittee which is convened annually by the Cultural Arts Commission, and a subcommittee which is convened by the Parks and Rec Advisory Board. They decide where the funding goes. The TGT Advisory Board doesn't really exists. It's, just a subcommittee, which is convened by those two boards. There's no squabbling, and we have removed a board from the list of 2022. That's my.
I have a question.
Sure.
When these monies are allotted, are they allotted to people that ask for it? Or are they allotted to like the MacArthur Genius Awards? You have no idea you're getting it till you get the phone call.
DLB Smith, the folks who receive the TGD funding do apply for it.
So that job is partially already done. You have a limited amount of folks that have asked, organizations that have asked for allotments. It's really just seeing who has the best plan for our community.
For TGT funds, we have a charter ordinance that sets out some parameters on what the funds can be used for. So it's not at the total discretion of the advisory board. It has to fit within certain parameters. So
I agree with you then. It's not really a board. It's a once a year deal. And the pool of applicants is presented to you. You aren't farrowing them out.
DLB Smith, yeah, and for me, I mean, we have a member of the Cultural Arts Commission who serves on the advisory board every year. It might change year to year, but we always have somebody who is involved in that. So I think to extrapolate from that and say, we could have a member who, serves as the lead of that, or kicks off the process to convene it, but have it be the responsibility of our board and the responsibility of the Parks and Recreation Board, and not an additional board that the city has to scrape together and manage just once a year. The other thing I will say as far as the restriction on the funding is that it is meant to be sort of an incubator fund. So there is a limit on how many times individuals or organizations can apply for that funding. But anyways, I'm kind of getting into the weeds on that. But that is, if we're looking for ways to change things, my opinion is Parks and Rec and Cultural Arts Commission are worlds that are, both contributing to the identity of the community, but too dissimilar to really have the folks overlap. But I think the TGT advisory board could be crossed off the list and put under those two little areas. So.
Okay, so we kind of have an argument for separating the two and keeping them as standalone. We'll also have a suggestion, since our original, just looking under what unmistakable identity, I have to say I am kind of intrigued by Lieutenant Van Dien's idea that working together could really come up with some really interesting stuff for Lawrence if these two bodies were able to work together. And maybe they just meet once a year to do the transient guest tax program. That'd be one thing they could do just once a year. This is our task. We do the transient guest tax, this whole however many member board. So I don't, how about, so we've got two ideas here. At some point, maybe we'll just sort of vote a little bit on, well, just to sort of think where people are leaning. But we'll leave them in like two options. So standalone, Lawrence Cultural Arts and Parks and Rec. Okay, and then possibility of having them under here. And that will determine what happens to the transient guest tax. And the subcommittee thing, the thing that I'm wondering about is the workload. How do we do that?
How many subcommittees does the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board have? Do you currently have, does the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board have subcommittees or?
Well, here's also a question for both of the boards. So when you have an agenda, you have a full agenda, is the Cultural Arts Commission sort of coming up with their own agenda of things to talk about, or are issues being brought to you?
DLB Smith, I'm actually going to say this now before I forget. I'm actually going to leave this meeting a little bit early to go to the Cultural Arts Commission meeting. So I'll be out here at like 7:20. But for us, we have, every year we have multiple programs we administer. So our agenda is usually a combination of things. We will occasionally have people come to us, make presentations about, murals are the classic example, but we'll have folks come to us to get our recommendation to the city commission that they be allowed to do whatever sort of public art they want to do. So, which is one kind of agenda item. Honestly, it's kind of the most fun for me because I don't have do as much work. And then we will have some of the agenda items which are around the programs which we are administering. So for example, this outdoor sculpture exhibition, the sculptures you see downtown, we set applications for those, and then we have a subcommittee that meets to go through the approval process, and then we okay them, and then they get installed. And so we have those programs, which are things that we run ourselves. And then we do also have other things which are more sort of like future facing conversations about ways that we could opportunities. So for example, last year we ended up with a National Endowment for the Arts grant, and that came out of us sort of kind of putting our heads together, trying to find opportunities for the community. So it's a combination of things, but we do have set programs that happen annually that we have to do, and our subcommittees are the ones who primarily meet to make those happen.
Let me ask you a question. One of the proposals you as a committee have proposed is the city of Lawrence invest additional staff resources and actually engage, I remember, 2 or 3 staff employees that are focused on arts and culture. If that is the direction that we as a city go from a budgetary perspective, a lot of those responsibilities would shift to the existing staff that the city is employing to manage the arts and culture of the community. And then we're back to more of a unmistakable identity where you're having an advisory board that has staff that is speaking to you about the programs that are being administered by the city, the public art that's being put up, all the things that you guys are currently doing. You've proposed the city take on a big responsibility for that and make that type of investment.
I would just say when I was reading that and I saw the Human Relations Commission and the Equity Inclusion Board, I was like, at first, well, we're not just developing policy, like we're also, as the ordinance is written, supposed to oversee complaints and review and all this stuff. But if we reimagine that entire process, perhaps the Human Relations Commission or Equity and Inclusion Board is more of a equity inclusion board that advises or uses their expertise to advise on, and the city takes on more of the process of hearing the complaints, reviewing the complaints, and the enforcement that right now is delegated to the commission and the Human Relations Commission. And so I really had to reimagine the entire thing to make this work. And I think that's, why we're here, instead of just limiting ourselves to the structure that is currently in place. Otherwise, I feel like we're going to do this with every single board and committee.
Yeah. Parks and Rec has already moved in the arts and culture direction with Porter O'Neill moving to, he's kind of the arts and culture guy. And he's now, part of the Parks and Rec department. What I'm thinking, and this will be very radical, but what I'm thinking is, what if we pick one area where the components really do seem to fit fairly nicely, and we experiment for a year with that particular group and seeing how they work together. What have they learned about trying to combine different groups, different cultures, and so on. So rather than diving into this whole thing, I don't know. I mean, that's just my cautious perseverance.
I thought we were given a directive by the city commission to reduce this down. I mean, I thought that there's a direction given to this. We were created to do this whole thing.
Yeah, no reason why we couldn't go back to them and say, reconsider this, please.
That's right.
Let's give it a try first, see what we can come up with. So we've got, I'm gonna go ahead and say, like, we'll come back to this, but maybe we could tackle another one, like strong welcoming neighborhoods. So we've got two options that I'm hearing right here. Is the Parks and Rec, Cultural Arts, and TGT under unmistakable identity with subcommittees.
I have a real quick question. I noticed that some of these say this is advisory boards and commissions, the governing body hereby establishes policy advisory boards and commissions. Is there a reason that some of them are board and some of them are commission?
Yeah.
We there.
No?
We
Okay.
cleared that last meeting is that it's.
Well, it's something that we had asked Tony to kind of advise on. And I mean, it seems like some use it in other cities, but I think we just listed one on commissions. Sometimes that's more when it's in a, I'm not going to use the right word, Tony, but more of a quasi judicial. Those decisions like planning commission that could be appealed to the city commission instead of just policy or making decisions. Those tend to be named commissions.
Right, and
Okay.
the planning commission is a good example. I mean, that is established by statute and it sets out what the duties often are, and it refers to it as commission. And so we've carried over that name to planning commission at our level.
Okay, I just wondered, I didn't know there was a meaning behind it, but I did notice that. So, okay.
So did Stan has his hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the consideration for subcommittees. I'm not sure that that's just rearranging the deck.
Right.
If we say, okay, we've eliminated all these boards, but we created all these new subcommittees, did we really do anything? So I'm initially a little skeptical of doing that myself. I'd like to hear more about that if that's the path we go down. Thank you.
I agree with Stan, but I would personally believe that those would be more temporary in nature. Or, you know, we're not creating a subcommittee. We as a committee are not creating subcommittees for these new boards. If they have decided with their agendas that a subcommittee is necessary once a year for the transient guest tax, then they would create that subcommittee to handle that situation that is necessary at that point in time, as opposed to a constant reoccurring subcommittee that would occur.
That's how I would view it.
That's good.
Does anyone know how often the transient guest tax committee meets currently?
Currently it's convened annually. There's a cycle.
Huh?
Once a year, folks can apply to receive the transient guest tax funds. And then that advisory board is sort of re-put together. It does not have a consistent membership every year. It is remade every year.
So you meet once a year, so the expense the city incurs would not change if how, that subcommittee met once a year. I'm looking at trying to whittle down the dollars, which I think the idea was that these boards were costing the city a lot of money. So would it save any money to do this?
Smith, I'm not an expert on finance, but I think having the subcommittees, the TGT, instead of having the city convene the TGT advisory board, having our two existing boards convene it, honestly puts some of the effort in our hands. And then also, I personally expect that having that established split for the fund, not half, but some percentage of funding goes to Parks and Recreation and some of it goes to arts and culture, will reduce some of the how rocky that road is every year. How much money that's going to save, I do not know. But it certainly seems like that's on the onset, when we're having conversations about what should be a board and what should be a subcommittee, something that meets once a year with a newly assembled group of people to carry out a specific task and then to solve, sounds like a task force or a subcommittee. And talking about some of the operational boards and task forces and stuff, maybe it could be that too. I think doing it in a way that's less painful.
I was just going to ask a question for staff, Craig, if that might fit the definition of an operational board, something like the TGT.
Well, I mean, you all are exploring the different things on this, so I try not to participate too much because you are confronting the issues that got us here. To a large extent, with all respect to the work that is done at these where they're divvying up funds. That was done largely because we didn't have any direction or policy. We got this money, we taxed somebody, hotels in this case, and the state often directs that these things, we chartered out of it, but the state often directs these things and says, little tiny communities may have this money, and we want to make sure that they're going to the right way. And the way that we do accountability is we put an appointed body that has to openly meet in public. At some point, you may grow out of that. And I'm trying to give due respect to the work that is done in these groups, but it's many of these ways that we've used volunteer boards to allocate money through an application process is a very small percentage of our budget overall. We spend discretionary budgeted dollars far in excess of this on things that I consider to be vitally important too. But we don't convene a special citizens advisory board to ensure that it's been kind of divvied out. So I'm saying that I mean all respect to the process, but I would say that I have not observed that they're done sometimes on they're not aligned with the city commission's priorities. They're kind of aligned with what did we get in this year? And who got a chance to get some last year? Let's spread it around, which is great equity statement too. So I offer that one. Staff does have to prioritize and allocate dollars all over the place. And we have to bring a budget plan toward the city's commission, which is open to the public, and it is modified through that process.
So can we attempt to come back to these scenarios, but let's move on to strong welcoming neighborhoods and see what we can do with that. And I'll just say right off the top, planning commission is not part of this because it's one of those required ones that we can't move around, so to speak. It may fit under the strong welcoming neighborhoods umbrella, but it's not something that that's sort of that is a standalone thing. So what we're concerned with more are the others on this list.
DLB Smith, the fact that the planning commission is unbreakable, that doesn't necessarily preclude us from folding other things into it though, as long as it's still there at the end. Just wanted to throw that out.
And you're meeting until 3 o'clock in the morning and constantly carrying things forward. That's a workload issue, but there are other ways to maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
About that. So without the planning commission on this list, we've got affordable housing, historic resources, board of zoning appeals, and building code board of appeals under this list currently.
This is Stan Rasmussen. I guess I'll jump in quickly. I think the Affordable Housing Advisory Board, we could also consider putting that under equity and inclusion. As I read through it, I thought it might fit better in there. And I could see HRC, Board of Zoning Appeals, and Building Code Board of Appeals all kind of functioning as one cohesive unit doing those different functions when I reviewed this.
Stan, did you say which three was there three that you were combining? I missed one of them.
Yeah, I thought the Human Resources or Historic Resources
Okay.
Commission, the HRC,
Okay, and
the Board of Zoning Appeals, and the Building Code Board of Appeals functionally could all operate under one roof, in my opinion.
you.
I concur. Just because housing is such a tremendous lift for the Human Relations Commission and the work that they do, the funding that they get is primarily for housing so far. I do wonder if there's a way to split up what the Affordable Housing Board does into, this new whatever.
I don't have that up.
Oh, actually, no. Okay. The DEI board. I would agree with that assessment because I know that a real big lift that they have right now is that they have to approve the funding and distribution of funds, and that takes a lot of time. And like maybe that is something that can go under strong and welcoming neighborhoods, but the other kind of stuff goes under the new DEI board or committee. I agree that I don't know how the AHAB would feel about being disbanded, but I agree.
One question I have of that, because so the equity board is a new invention. At least it's not part of the 5 outcomes. So we'd have to consider that a whole new board. And so the suggestion is the AHAB would go under that along with, and your suggestion, the human relations.
Well, that was a
mission.
I thought.
It's just it was just a possibility, but
The equity and inclusion board could be the human relations commission. Yeah, I'm all,
yeah.
yeah.
And the one thing I wondered about, this is a question for everybody about the equity and inclusion commission, is that's one of those things that strikes me that has to be involved in everything. So I'm just kind of curious, but that helps me think about what would go under that, because I'm thinking what wouldn't go under that.
Yeah.
All of the commitments affect all of the things the city does. All 6 have to be accounted for in everything we do.
B. Smith, I agree that AHAB obviously has like a huge equity component to it. So I think that connection does make sense. Talking about the Historic Resources Commission, the Board of Zoning Appeals and the Building Code Board of Appeals, the idea that those 3 could go together. I do want to loop back to what both John and I kind of hinted at earlier on, that I think Parks and Recreation, in talking about unmistakable identity, there is maybe room to focus more on history and heritage. So if those 3 are going to be combined, I could see some amount of the historic, historic focus things Historic Resources Commission currently does, potentially be some of that being a little bit maybe more on involved in what the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board is thinking about. I don't know if the folks who are currently on the Historic Resources Commission, the BZA and the Board of Building Code Board of Appeals, feel like the amount of work that those 3 bodies does would be possible with one group, but I'm interested to hear about it.
I do wonder if we were to take our thumb and put it over the board title and solely combine all of the tasks and duties that these boards and commissions have. If we stop looking at them as a board and start looking at what they have, sort of like AHAB, and saying, yeah, this goes here, this goes here, this goes here, but maybe that goes over here. Maybe that's more in line with this. I wonder if it would be more intuitive. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. I was just looking at the affordable housing ordinance, the establishment of that board. And the first thing is to advise the governing body regarding issues affecting affordable housing and supportive services in the community. And if we pull that out to what you were talking about, I think that would make sense. And then the oversee and facilitate the purpose of affordable housing trust fund. I mean, we have the sound fiscal stewardship, and overseeing the usage of that trust fund could absolutely fall under the sound fiscal stewardship.
Agreed. So AHAB, is that what I'm hearing? Is it that was your suggestion? Potentially over here.
Yes.
With
But also some AHAB.
We had one that wasn't announced. We had sound fiscal stewardship as well, if we were.
I was actually wondering if the fiscal stewardship could be combined with economic prosperity. Now we're blowing up all the categories here and trying to move, so I'll put more stickers up here. So thoughts on, what was the particular, how would the duties of AHAB, would they look differently under this combined with here? Or did I get that wrong? This is supposed to be historic commission.
Yeah,
Historic
Smith.
resources.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it
that's
is.
why.
Yeah.
So that's the,
But I do have to say, strong and welcoming neighborhoods says da, 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 with access to safe and affordable housing. So.
let's go with the easy one. Does everybody like combining board zoning appeals and board code of appeals under strong welcoming neighborhoods?
Yes.
Everybody like that? Okay. So the Historic Resources Commission. That seems definitely to fit into strong welcoming neighborhoods in terms of a category. But would the BZA, I mean, I don't know what the workload is. I mean, could you actually have somebody sitting on the BZA is one of those, or actually it's there's my question. The Building Code Board of Appeals is a prescriptive membership. So I'm looking at some of these committees that have prescriptive memberships and wondering if it's going to be prescriptive, meaning you have to have some technical expertise, some field that was going to tackle these questions here that the historic people that are representing for the Historic Commission are not going to have, or the BZA are not going to have. So I'm wondering if something like this that has a prescriptive membership, would that fit under an operational board? Because it's prescriptive.
So at the very beginning of this, we had two examples of other communities that did this. And it was this one I have. It's Corvallis. So they have a safe and community board that they created that had impact advisory committee, building code of appeals, fire board of appeals, and police commission. Both the building and fire code of appeals have stated requirements, statutory requirements for those members. And we're still, ultimately, their outcome was to combine those roles, but still meet the statutory obligations of having those members in there. So I think we have a great roadmap as to how we do exactly what we're proposing to do.
So if this were one commission or board, we could have some prescriptive members and some not.
Right.
That would be.
Maybe Smith, the BZA isn't prescriptive?
No.
No. All right.
But this is. And I don't know how many, it's six members? Can't remember how many were on this. Prescriptive. So is there any reason to think that prescriptive boards would be under operational? What we've been talking about is operational.
The reason.
We did by the city manager and.
Yeah, I think you probably want to do some legal research on that, because the reason you have those is to overrule city staff decision.
Okay.
I mean, so somebody says, they just got it wrong.
Okay.
And it's going to cost me a lot of money. I want to make an argument to people who know what they're talking about. It doesn't happen very often in any city, but it does happen.
Okay.
Smith, so looking at these three bodies that we've put up there, the Historic Resources Commission, that is, I'm just wondering, the BZA and the Board of Building Code Board of Appeals are both bodies where folks are appeals boards where people are coming to make an appeal. And the Historic Resources Commission doesn't really function in that same way, though. Correct? I mean, are they doing appeals, or are they making recommendations to the city commission on how to?
This is Stan Rasmussen, and when I served on the HRC, a lot of times we were approving plan changes to houses that were within the historic district, down to, are they meeting the architectural standards? What color paint they're using? Are they using the right windows? Things like that would be part of our consideration. Other times we were making recommendations to the city on how to reclaim the brick streets and make sure that we preserve the limestone curbing. So there was a little of both, but a fair amount of that work was reviewing a development plan that happened to be within the historic district and evaluating whether or not it met the historic environs requirements and making recommendations that way, ruling on, is it going to look historically correct and things like that. Sometimes it was more BZA-like than advisory to city commission.
Yeah, and all of those are private property rights impacts. So you have a hurdle and regulatory threshold that you need to make. So those are both have some technical requirements because people will sue you if you do it wrong. Private property owners.
But if we had one that combined these, some of these members could then be prescribed. So does this fit? Does everybody kind of think this fits together under one board?
Yes.
All right. Okay, put that right there. Okay. We might add something there later, but let's go with that for now.
Maybe Smith, not to be or particular, but the planning commission would also be on that. Right?
I guess I'm not thinking of them because they're standalone. They stand alone.
They'd have to be on their own.
Just leave them off that.
Yeah, they're just on their own. They have to be.
Oh, but it's still in the same area.
Right, it's the same area, but we're not,
Not touching.
right. Except maybe to add to it, as some people say, and I'm ignoring that part for now, because I don't want another 3 a.m. meeting.
You want to be at the planning meeting until 3 a.m.
Right, exactly. Okay, so the next one on our list, just going in order, safe and secure. That included on this list, Body Work Advisory Board, Police Review Board, Special Alcohol Fund Advisory Board. Those are the ones currently listed in this.
V. Smith, well, I have a couple of recommendations for this area. First of which is with the Body Work Advisory Board, since that is providing oversight. Obviously, John's on the health board. I work at the health department. The city created the health department. And the health department does oversight for similar, not identical, but childcare facilities, pools, now tobacco retailers. And to me, looking at the Body Work Advisory Board, I feel like the city should just give it to the health department to worry about.
I agree.
And have it be, there's a guy who works on the hall for me. Asked him what he thought about it, and he's okay. He's okay with it. Yeah. So I think that when looking at things like this, where it really is, kind of, obviously there is a safe and secure aspect of it, with some of the historical background there, but I see this as looking just like what my coworker down the hallway deals with every day with these other sort of oversight things. So that's my opinion on that one. The other thing is with the Special Alcohol Funding Advisory Board, which I serve on, and Chris also serves on. We were talking a little bit about fiscal stewardship earlier, and you were talking about it, and kind of caught my ear that maybe fiscal stewardship would also be a good silo to move that to.
Yeah, I agree. I think the way that those funds are flowing as it currently stands, the fiscal stewardship would make a lot of sense, where it's more of the oversight of usage as opposed to making recommendations as it had historically. So I agree. I think shifting that to South fiscal stewardship would make a lot of sense.
Compliance role.
Yeah.
Assurance of compliance with the consent.
Yep.
I had the same comment. And my other comment was that the Community Police Review Board, I would like to know what other communities had really combined that with other broad advisory boards, because it is such a specific review, and it is, to me, seems so intense. It just seems like a very important issue that needs to be narrowly focused. And so then we have a safe and secure board that involves the Community Police Review Board. If we did away with the Body Work Advisory Board and the Special Alcohol Fund Advisory Board.
And I would probably say it would their role and responsibility would be beyond that, but would include the community police review board responsibilities, that we want a board that is focused on safe and secure. Maybe it expands what their duties are, which do include community police review.
That was a question I had. Does anybody have any sort of suggestions for, is there something else in the community that's not listed on anything that we've got here that might, like, what else would be come before a safe and secure
Well, but health
board? Well, it's sort of like another issue. I mean, because if the health board is sort of a standalone thing.
And I don't.
Doing that, so.
Health board, we just participate on health
Right.
board, right? It's not a
So we
board
can't.
that we're in charge of.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a joint.
nobody said, neither the city nor the county is in charge of it. Because it's a statewide thing, right? And
Anyway, Smith, you can't ask Charlie questions. He's a fly on the wall. Yeah, the health board is co-convened by the county and the city.
Yeah.
So it has both county and city appointees. And then also a representative from KU. You know.
So would anybody have a suggestion? Did you have something in mind that would be, that it would expand?
I did not off the top of my head. I just thought that I do think having a safe and secure board is important in this entire process. And I don't have additional ideas as to what that board's responsibilities would be, but I do think that having that as a role, I think would be pretty valuable to us as we reimagine what all these advisory policy boards are for our community.
You know, Smith, I agree. I think that by taking the community police review board and then sort of not combining it with anything, but kind of reforming it as the safe and secure board might not necessarily immediately expand what it does, but it could sort of elevate, right, the importance of it, since it would then be, you know, one of the big overarching areas.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not suggesting this at all, but you know, when you think about safe and secure, like you think of animal issues, you know, like that could be something, or just, you know, if we're thinking outside the box, I'm not suggesting we do that. Everything is fine the way that it is, but I do think that we have to think in that way. And I like that there's a broader aspect to safe and secure. So when the community has complaints or questions, it's not just, well, I can't take it to the community police review board, you know, because it doesn't fit there. They could publicly attend the safe and secure board and bring an issue that none of us are thinking of right now to the attention of this board.
And everybody's comfortable with the community police, I mean, this existing as the,
I think
that's where community police would go.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree. I think that's a priority in our strategic plan, is to say that our citizens have spoken that safe and secure is important to what they want our community to have. So.
And at least for now, we've put special call over in fiscal stewardship and body work with the health department. Okay, so next is prosperity and economic security. And I was just curious what people thought. I mean, why not combine fiscal stewardship with that? Just a thought. But just looking at what's there, we've got Public Incentives Review Committee and the Aviation Advisory Board.
My first inclination is that fiscal stewardship is really about showing to the people of Lawrence that the money that is being generated through, you know, taxes and other means is being responsibly attributed to the things that the city is saying are priorities, and that the people of Lawrence have made clear that they want to see funded. Whereas prosperity and economic security is really sort of about you know, areas that are going to increase not necessarily funds that are coming straight into the city of Lawrence, but into the community, the business community here. So it's like the Aviation Advisory Board, you know, we talked about how the airport in North Lawrence is seeing a lot of growth itself, but is also really important to local businesses. So for me, this is more about economic prosperity outside of this actual government of Lawrence, but in the the business community. So to me, I feel like those are pretty distinct.
Okay.
But aren't those, what are the things that we've put, I feel like we put one other thing under fiscal stewardship, but I don't remember, but aren't those funding
That,
opportunities?
that was sales tax audit committee was, I think, the other thing that we initially put under sound stewardship. We talked about the, yeah, I think, maybe not, but for sure.
We put some, yeah, we did put AHAB under the trust fund distribution of, yeah, that's what we put.
Jamie Smith, yeah, we were talking about taking that fund part of the AHAB and putting it over in fiscal stewardship. Because it is again about taking dollars that the city has for specific purposes and making sure that they end up where they're supposed to go.
And the purpose is the city fostering an environment that provides all people and businesses the opportunity for economic security and removes barriers created by systemic and institutional injustice. I don't know, I guess I do kind of think of like that funding, like, isn't that what we're trying to do here? Ensuring that that money goes out in a way that meets this purpose.
Jamie Smith, I see the fiscal stewardship more about like public money, whereas this is creating an environment where businesses can thrive essentially. And I don't think, as far as like the Special Alcohol Fund Advisory Board, those dollars are not being given to businesses. They're being given to nonprofits and city initiatives that are looking to create impacts. Whereas
like providing people and businesses opportunity for economic security.
I'll make a stab at it. Again, if you say the word compliance, that's how we described it before. Did these expenditures meet the letter of the requirement when the voters approved it or the city commission authorized it? That's different than, is this the best way to spend this money? Which is more in the policy realm.
Yeah.
Like, what is the next thing to do to build our economy, or what's the next thing to do to increase better affordable housing stock? Those would be kind of ideas to make things happen differently or to forward this versus fiscal stewardship, which is the money going where it's supposed to go. That's what I heard anyway.
Oh, maybe. AHAB doesn't go under there?
Well, it was just the trust fund. So I don't, can you separate AHAB from AHAB trust?
No, I mean, the money part of it. I mean, you just said like, this is different than that. I was understanding you just say that that's different. So maybe we should remove AHAB from the.
I think maybe if we go back to what you said, instead of looking at the title, but looking at the responsibilities, I think you could, the compliance of the usage of the trust fund could absolutely be fiscal stewardship. The distribution or where to invest those dollars could be prosperity and economic security.
Right, like they check with this board, or this board has a say in, yeah, okay.
How does that affect then the transient guest tax? Because that's a tax that's collected. Is that not kind of the same thing? And then those dollars, that exact amount of dollars needs to be allocated?
Yeah, I think it's the same conversation. Are we talking about the distribution of the funds or the compliance to ensure that they're being used appropriately? Because that could be two different things or two different boards that are responsible for those two actions. So transient guest tax could very well fall someplace else to ensure that, or within the city.
But would one then just be like a calculation, like $2 million was brought in and $2 million went out here, here, and here? We're not saying we agree with how that went out, but that's how it went out.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really just a calculation, or am I missing something?
That I would say that compliance would, is a little bit of that, yes.
But where would the debate over where it's spent go under though, I guess is the thing. Because if you've got all these applications.
That sounds
You have
like
to decide.
prosperity and economic security.
Right.
prosperity.
So the, possibly the TGT over here.
DMB Smith, I mean, TGT goes to. I mean, I really think when I think prosperity and economic security, I'm thinking, and if maybe I'm oversimplifying it, but like business, you know, like the local economy, local businesses wanting to see that thrive and creating an environment where that's going to thrive. To me, that's the main focus of prosperity and economic security. Whereas the people who are applying for TGT are doing mostly events, and those events do have some impact on our economic prosperity, but they're not businesses. Which to me, for prosperity and economic security, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, that's really the local business community. And
Tourism always has this problem. Where am I really? And it is to do fun events that residents love and visitors come and appreciate. And then visitors spend money. And that's an important part of our economy. So it always straddles this.
And I would say that would lessen the burden if this is the model we're going here. And if we remove that and put it over here, that lessens the burden on these.
DMB Smith, I think part of the issue is that with the TGT, like the events and stuff that are being funded there, the people spending money at downtown, you know, they go out to see a play and then they spend money downtown. That's a byproduct, but it's not really the actual goal. The events are the focus and choosing to fund things which are enriching to the community. And then the economic prosperity is a result, because there's all sorts of results whenever you do anything. And it's a positive result that I think the arts community here is really appreciated for. You know, when people go to see a play and then go out to dinner, you know, we are aware of that. And it's one of the things that makes our interconnected community really great. But I don't think that we should look at a production of a play and say the point of this is the dinner. You know, I think that's kind of putting that's kind of putting the effect as the main, one of the byproducts as the main function. And I think with Special Alcohol Funding Advisory Board, you know, I don't think that those funds primarily go to stimulate economic activity. So largely going to nonprofit agencies.
I don't think so, like you said, that doesn't have economic impact.
It does, because everything kind of does. But anything you do to improve our community is going to make people want to live here, make people want to spend money here.
But I think those are cities making the decision as it currently stands on how those funds are being used as they come from the state. So I think the city is not making that decision as it currently stands. It's going to a board and making a decision as to how those funds are being allocated to the community. So if the city took the responsibility, if we wanted them to take that responsibility, then I think sound fiscal stewardship for those funds would make sense. But as it currently stands, we're trying to decide who's the best people, the board,
To get them.
to distribute those funds in a strategic way.
DMB Smith, I agree that if the city were to take over choosing who the TGT funding goes to, then suddenly we're going to look at fiscal stewardship, because it's about just making sure.
Aren't all of the boards that have a responsibility for reviewing applications and making funding recommendations, aren't they just recommendations?
Yeah.
Subject to the governing body could totally disregard and change? Yeah.
Yes. And that's what I'm saying is they've set a strategic plan. I'd say this may be more positively than we're removing something, but saying, why is it the number of shirts that our community consumes is the same as what we should spend on art, for instance? It doesn't, or how many people stay in a hotel room this year is the amount that's right for our community on any of these things. The reason those are done is because some cities, usually smaller ones, might abuse that and try and spend it on other things. But when you say that we're probably going to spend more, actually, on these functions because there's only 5 outcomes. We probably should be. Probably is a signal that you shouldn't. We're spending so much focus on a small amount of money. And the policy guidance really may want to broaden it. So I'd put it in a positive way because I know that there's loss that we're trying to confront with taking away boards and commissions. But I think these can be empowering and actually take some of the limitations off. And that's what the commission would like. And this is then just, you know, what we hope we do at a staff level, working with our outside auditors, we try and present transparently, this is how we're spending all of your money. Now, the ones that are in a special allocated sales tax and the ones that are coming from property taxes. Now, we should be accountable for all of those.
DLB Smith, so looking at the 2 that we have here in prosperity and economic security, the aviation advisory board is pretty specific.
It's prescriptive also.
Yeah.
It has, you have to meet certain technical criteria.
So even though there's 2 in there, and I feel like, I don't know if I would immediately jump to the conclusion that the Public Incentives Review Committee and the Aviation Advisory Board are overly compatible.
Could we move that to connected? That wouldn't be more connected city? Because that's more internal aviation would be outside.
Yeah, aviation's more about bringing people to the community, what we have to offer.
It is an odd one, and also it has these technical requirements to be on it. So it's kind of an odd thing.
Well, our target was 10, right? We don't have 10 right now. No more than 10. So we don't have to put square pegs in round holes.
DLB Smith, the only other thing I looking at this, because aviation seems like it's specific enough to have to be its own thing, and it probably meets regularly enough that it has to actually be a board and not a task force or anything else. I mean, is it possible the Public Incentives Review Committee has significant overlap anywhere else, or
And I guess it is more policy oriented than fiscal stewardship, the public incentives.
As they function now, they're very much fiscal stewardship.
The public incentives.
Yes. Not aviation, public incentive. They're receiving and evaluating requests.
So it might fit under fiscal steward. I guess I was thinking of it as more like, what kinds of things do we incentivize in this community? I guess that's why I thought it was placed here. So I am curious about how it functions more as a sort of, here's what we want to incentivize in the community, or here's how we're going to spend this money and make sure it's properly done.
Yeah, I would go the former, where it's what we're reimagining is a prosperity and economic security board who's creating policy and driving policy as it relates to public incentives. And yes, part of that function is going to be reviewing applications, but they are driving policy or driving the direction of the city as it relates to public incentives. So then it's not just stewardship, is really making policy.
I need to understand. I'm so stupid.
No, definitely not.
Public incentive review is like if someone's going to build something over there in East Lawrence, and it's going to be employ some people. Maybe let's say it's a t-shirt graphics place going to print t-shirts, and then so they say, well, we're going to build this. So we want some property tax abatements, and we don't want to pay any sales tax on anything that we're going to buy to outfit it. That's a public incentive, right?
Mm-hmm.
So every time this happens, because it seems to me like every time somebody nails two pieces of wood together, they ask for public incentive. So this is a very busy board. Is that correct? Or does there have to be a certain monetary amount before it goes before this board?
There does have to be a certain monetary amount to trigger it. And at some point, it's not even worth the effort to go through the application process to get too small. But also, we have the Catalyst program, which has innovated that it's by right almost. If you qualify in these categories, you certify that, then you have an expedited process and you aren't reviewed.
So only the big things get reviewed?
Well, there's some Catalyst incentives that have been sizable that aren't otherwise reviewed. This is for ones that wouldn't qualify for Catalyst.
You know, these.
How often is this board utilized then? How much money does it cost to have that board? I guess that's where I'm kind of headed. How much money does it cost to have an aviation advisory board? And originally, when this board was formed, they had a number that it was costing the city to have all these boards. And it seemed like a lot of money to me. You know, the liaison, putting the public meetings together. And so is this a board that takes a lot of money? Because it seems to me like it would be pretty active.
I don't think they meet very often.
Oh,
Public Incentives Advisory Board. They're due right now. They're on an annual process for recommending just annually, I think. Their business has cut down a lot when Catalyst came in.
okay.
Because that was a policy adopted by the city commission and just said, you get it if you meet these qualifications, you get it.
That helps me understand a lot. Thank you.
I think the Catalyst program is a good example of what I would hope that our this committee, Prosperity and Economic Security Committee would be.
Is that something that might come under this? I mean, I don't know anything about the Catalyst program.
Well, I think just the idea of that is kind of what I'm saying.
Okay, just the idea, okay,
That's
not that.
to make these
Okay.
policies or to make recommendations of policies to our city commission.
So is that like a new thing that could be added
Taking,
to this?
No, I'm just saying that that's an example of the public
Right.
incentive review committee, that how I would see it still being in prosperity and economic security, and it not just be fiscal stewardship.
According to the website, the PERC met 5 times in 2022 and 3 times in 2021. And 3 times in 2020.
You know, so that sounds like another example of something which isn't really, the workload isn't regular and consistent enough to necessarily really even match up with at least how I imagine like high functioning boards and committees to be. But it's interesting because this is the one area, this prosperity and economic security area. It's one area where it's like we talked about making a safe and secure board, and I think that we can elevate the community police review board to really be that. And this is an area where it seems like the public incentives review board is actually pretty meager in the amount of work they take on, and especially since the Catalyst program was added after the creation of that board, it's really like subsumed a lot of the work that they were maybe doing. And then the aviation advisory board is it's very specific, and I wouldn't say that we could take the aviation advisory board and elevate it to be the economic prosperity board, because they really have that niche. So it sounds like maybe the public incentives review committee is going to end up kind of getting shifted over more towards fiscal stewardship, and then we're just left with our aviation friends in this entire strategic outcome area, which is curious.
Well, it's also possible to think beyond the city here and talk about, well, this is a goal for the city. I mean, a strategic for the city, which means that we really need a strong partnership with the chamber. It doesn't,
so-
the city has to do these things.
So there could be an added duty here potentially is some some form of working with the Chamber of Commerce? Is that
Yeah.
what you're suggesting? Is that would be an added?
And with, Peasley and, all the different stuff that's going on.
I wonder also, where would, is it possible to put the CIP review process under one of these,
Oh,
like fiscal stewardship or this? Because right now I know it doesn't, I mean, obviously the planning commission gives it a cursory look. We hardly have any time to look at it. The city commission, of course, looks at it, but we don't have a lot of public input into the CIP process at this point, to my understanding. So I'm wondering if that would be something that could be. I don't know if that fits more under fiscal stewardship, or prosperity and economic security. I mean, when you're talking about buying a fire truck.
Well, look at where all the money in CIP goes. It's almost all connected city. There's occasionally heavy capital equipment, like you mentioned, occasionally buildings that serve those purposes. Now, connected city, having a connected city is an economic development incentive, but of the five, if you're going to have somebody look at CIP, I would have connected city. That's where the money is.
Connected city,
That's where the money is spent.
Possibly just pick that over. Sure. So right now we have prosperity and economic security, not a whole lot going on. At this point, possibly elevate, where I put a possible expansion into this one. But we're not able to exactly come up with what that would be. I like the word elevate though. You like that word?
John's comments about the chamber, I mean, here, that's how it's kind of been done. So while we have an important function and we're held accountable for economic development, definitely. That's why the community said, no, you're in prosperity and economic security. It's one of your five. Right now, the conversations usually happen at the EDC or with the chamber because they're convening that work. But do they have the ability to affect our policy and guide our policy? We listen to them. The commission listens to them. We pay them. We pay them for that.
Smith, I was wondering, that since this section seemed kind of weirdly devoid compared to the other ones, it's like, yeah, it's probably because that role is already sort of being filled by a the chamber, which is kind of, which is external to the city.
And who's around their table?
Ability for a closer relationship or a different kind of relationship?
Well, I mean, you're advising the commission on who they should appoint and have do the work and advise them on policy. That could happen. Now, would that be redundant with the work that's happening in the chamber or the EDC? Neither of which we control, neither of which the appointments control. We have representation. And they're not necessarily subject to public meetings the same way this is. So.
But I think we don't want to do something that would create distance between the city and the chamber. I mean, the last thing you need is the business community saying that the city's not, not on our side.
Could you repeat what you said about when you ended it with not subject to open meetings? You were referring to the Economic Development Council and the chamber. And so anything that happens there, people wouldn't necessarily be able to.
Not required by law. I mean, they're pretty open about everything they do. They want people to know about everything they do. They want more support. And that's how I think they generally operate. But it isn't necessarily permitted by elected leadership that's how that should go. But again, it's worked here for a long time.
The director's a former city commissioner.
So can we leave that for now and move on to connected city? So, but currently under Connected City, it's a Public Transit Advisory Committee and the Multimodal Transportation Commission. Those seem pretty combinable. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I just agree with you.
And would that, if these two were combined, would that also then involve all the various other topics that have been subcommittees or different sorts of things like safe routes to school, sidewalk issues, traffic calming issues, pedestrian safety, bicycle safety? Would that sort of,
Yeah, so are you referring to like some of the tasks?
there's been a lot of task forces.
I think
on that
most
sort of
of
thing.
those were kind of either sunsetting or already kind of being, or like, convened by these bodies, so.
But that sort of those topics could be heard by this Connected City board.
Where does KU transportation fit into this?
I imagine multimodal, that would part of the bus system would be part of, that would be part of multimodal in my estimation. That would involve KU, and maybe there could be a KU representative always appointed on this.
So when I think about boards and commissions, it's like there's so much going on outside of the city government that, for boards and commissions, I just think there ought to be more outreach.
Well, there's a whole nother staff person that's devoted. That's all right. Yeah.
I agree with you though, Tom. Yeah.
Yeah, rather than creating new things, why don't we go where people already are, where they're already meeting?
So any other comments or thoughts on this one? So at least we'll leave that CIP question mark out of it for now. Okay.
There was a good discussion about the airport going over.
Oh, the airport. So
Over to the Connected City.
Yeah.
I think Smith, I thought you kind of brought that up, but then, or someone brought that up, but then we kind of like backtracked because it's really not, the airport's not really that connecting people who live in Lawrence as much as it is. I assume there's a relatively small percentage of people who actually live in Lawrence who use the airport, but it's more of a driver of economic prosperity and security. Yeah, that's, I think that's the discussion we kind of had early on in the meetings about whether or not it was, whether it was about connecting the Connected City or the economic prosperity. Yeah.
When I first moved here, late 70s, there were three, because I took them at various times of the day, commuter flights to KCI.
Yeah.
Every day. They flew about 10, 12 people over there, you recall? They weren't big planes. And because at that time we had small children and you couldn't just pack them all up, go pick up your husband at the airport, he took the commuter plane back home. So maybe we could get to that.
That's the way I came in for my job interview at KU.
I don't know how many people serve on the aviation. How many is?
Here, I can look that up. I know twice a year, it looks like they have 7 board members. And I know it's listed, but when you look at the duty, the first one is related to commercial activities and aviation economic development. But the other charge of theirs is make recommendations on services and improvements to the airport. General rules, regulations, and standards for the airport. That's kind of like development and master planning of the airport, maintenance and repairs of the capital improvements at the airport, and then obviously any other policies and programs related to airport planning, aviation, and aviation safety. If that's helpful.
Yeah.
There are requirements for membership on that?
I thought there was some prescriptive stuff. They had to have some sort of technical expertise.
And the ordinance, I'm
Oh, I have a question mark, technical?
Mayor, 7 members, 1 member shall represent University of Kansas, and the remainder are city at large.
So if there's no technical requirements, then
Yeah.
maybe, I mean, since we're just looking at elevating this and not really having enough, maybe it does.
I agree.
If there's no technical requirements to be a member of the aviation. And they only meet a few times a year, right?
Yep.
So. Try that. Okay, we've got connected city. After connected city is the city. Lost my place. Equity inclusion. Ah, there we go.
And as we get into these commitment areas, I will just share our thinking a little bit. There's 2 that we didn't include that are mostly operational and internal. That doesn't mean they can't. Yeah, so this is not like we have a strong stake in this. There's a good argument to be made that none of them would be because they all should be applied. But there's some that definitely a couple that seemed like they were important for external and community conversation. At least a couple. And so we put them in there. Okay, so I just want to share kind of our thinking. You don't see the engaged and empowered employees in there. Really important across all of these things, but generally that's what I do. Doesn't mean there couldn't be. And if we had a civil service system, you might see a civil service board, some of those things, but that's not how we are here.
So are you saying that that's something that would, in the words we're using here, elevate the equity and inclusion board to include more than?
No, I'm just, and there were 4 included in here and 2 that were not of the commitment statements.
The other sufficient and effective processes,
Yeah,
also very important.
right. So we're not really gonna have citizens come in and do process improvement activities and operations across all our departments. Not that they're not.
Oh, I see.
Those definitely feel like something that you could be more effective as the operational boards that were proposing that you have authority to.
We might get some great HR directors from area companies and say, hey, would you sit on a advisory board to just make us a better employer?
Right. It doesn't really, not that community engagement isn't important in that process, but.
Right. So for what it's worth.
Okay, so equity and inclusion. Right now, we've got AHAB and human relations minus the trust fund. Any comments on that?
I mean, obviously my comment is we would need to change chapter 10. So it's very exciting. But I just this is there's an enforcement part of this. That the commission is supposed to have, like, we haven't had a hearing in a decade or more, I think.
There hasn't been a hearing in the 23 years that I've been here because the parties elect to go to district court rather than going to the court.
Yeah.
They have that choice. And so they always go to district court.
Yeah. But we would have to change that, I would think, or I guess we would just the name.
What kinds of things would it entail?
Overseeing the complaints, hearing the complaints. We don't have to get into the operational part, the nitty gritty part, but there have been some changes that I think staff has absorbed a lot of the duties within that commission, which makes this more viable as a combined board, more of a policy and outreach board instead of this enforcement board. The only thing I will say is this is a board or commission in other communities. We did a ton of research because we were going to change the name to Civil Rights Commission instead of Human Relations Commission. It's just more intuitive for the public. And every community has a commission. It's either the Human Rights Commission, which is usually at the state level, or a Civil Rights Commission at more of a local level. And so changing it to this strategic plan name is a bit inconsistent with what communities nationwide do for this specific commission. I think it's equally intuitive for the public, which is what the Human Relations Commission wants. We want people to know, like, where do you go when your civil rights have been impacted? Where do you go and who do you file a complaint with? Equity Inclusion Board is like, I don't know. So would we kind of like the safe and secure, like we have this board, but then there's another one underneath it, like we have the Equity and Inclusion Board, but the Civil Rights Commission is a part of that or something, or would we say this Human Relations Commission is the Equity and Inclusion Board? Just change your name.
But we've also got yet AHAB on there.
Oh, yeah.
Like that would be,
Yeah.
they would do, as you said, the complaints and AHAB.
Yeah.
Are there other sorts of issues? I mean, if it was something like a Civil Rights Commission, are there other things besides complaints that you could take on? So
yeah, I mean, of course, that commission, it does a lot of cross-section work with other staff departments, should be working with a lot of these other boards and commissions, and does a lot of community education and outreach, tabling and stuff like that, because if we're not out there, people don't know what we do. They don't know that they have access to this resource. So yeah, which is totally within the equity and inclusion part of it.
that's actually a big question I have on some of these, so like the equity and inclusion, I would want to maybe review is a strong word, but interact with all these other commissions. It's the same with environmental sustainability. And I don't really have a good feeling for how that would happen, how they would interact with the other boards per se. It's just a question I have, but
I mean, I think this works.
so is this in process, or is this sort of moving more towards civil rights?
It was proposed. I mean, the commission, the Human Relations Commission voted on it. It went to the city for consideration, and the city commission narrowed it down to just another change within chapter 10 focused on housing.
I don't know much about this commission. So why would someone want to come to this commission as opposed to district court for that review, for that process? To hear their complaints or to get satisfaction of what?
Why would they want to go to that board instead of district court?
Yeah.
Well, I think that it was set up thinking that if people didn't want to have to go into, an intimidating courtroom, hire lawyers, although you wouldn't have to have a lawyer, but to hire lawyers and to be subject to the rules of evidence and the rules of civil procedure, you could go to this board that is a more relaxed setting, and you could have your appeal heard there by people in the community that aren't judges or lawyers. Well, some of them are lawyers.
So if they came to this committee and the committee said, yes, we side with you, what is the outcome of
Well,
that?
that's not actually how it goes. I mean, you file a complaint with the way chapter 10 is set up, you file a complaint and it's actually investigated the way it's set up. It was in your department. Well, the prosecutor has now been trained, and the prosecutor hears the complaints for discrimination in housing, employment, public access, public accommodations. And so then what happened, then those complaints, those civil rights complaints used to come and a commissioner would review it as to whether or not it was conciliation was appropriate, sustained or unsubstantiated.
Yeah, probable cause or no probable cause.
Yes, right. And but we don't really even do that anymore. It's all done with staff. And so again, this seems like the right move because staff has just absorbed so many of those duties that were originally outlined in chapter 10. I think as our community and the city of Lawrence understands the impact of this and puts resources toward it and says this is important for the city to be managing instead of a, board. I don't know. I mean, that's the process for a complaint, but these are like serious complaints that have.
Yeah, so the city acts as an investigator. We're supposed to be an objective, neutral investigator, and then it is presented. And if there is sufficient evidence that discrimination has occurred, then it goes to the next level. And at that point, the person who is accused of the discriminatory conduct can elect to have that next level go to either a decision to be made by the panel or by the district court. And our experience is when it gets to that level, 100% of the time, they have chosen to go to district court because they wanted to they have the choice and they wanted to have it handled in district court.
So this could still be a responsibility of this Equity and Inclusion Board or Civil Rights Board, but it's just the fact is that people are choosing not to. It's not a big agenda item that typically drives your meetings.
Yeah, I mean, they have functioned mainly as education and outreach and policy recommendations to the commission, which is a full, it's a full plate.
Yeah. So this is, I guess if we think about the practical implications of what some of these boards are charged with doing, there's going to be more of a, I think, rewriting of chapter 10 than to just change, because as you examine the duties, which you advised me on about 1.5 years ago, that this might be coming and maybe we should just hold off on making huge changes. I think that, we can do all this and combine everything, but there's also ordinance changes that need to be made within our city code to reflect what we're doing here today. So that's just, I guess the depth of this is a lot.
So with your expertise in this, do you feel that AHAB has a place in this, or does
Yeah.
or is it a square peg in a round hole?
I do. I mean, I would love to hear what the whole commission thinks, obviously, because again, when you look in any city or state, it's either called probably like the planning commission. Everyone has a planning commission. It's called the Civil Rights Commission or the Human Rights Commission. And so my only concern is that the public understands what this commission does and that it is accessible to people who want to file a complaint. And it's appropriately named.
So just as an example, let's say you're disabled somehow. You're going to rent an apartment and you have a dog that maybe you have low vision.
It's like 80% of the complaints that come.
I'm sorry?
It's like 80% of the complaints that come.
Okay, all right, so I got it then. And the leasing facility says no dogs over 50 pounds. You don't qualify. Sorry, we're not going to rent to you. And you go, this dog isn't really a pet. He's my dog that I use to get around. So that goes before that's not something you take to court, like they violated the law. This just goes before a commission.
Well, it goes, the complaint comes to the human relations, what's it called, division?
Mhm.
Yeah.
But you're correct. People could also choose to bypass the commission and just file a civil action.
Yeah.
They definitely 100% could.
Or file a complaint with HUD.
Yeah.
That has their own regional investigator and attorney and all that stuff. there are several different avenues.
I think this is generally seen as the lowest barrier way of getting your issue dealt with.
Requires no resources.
Okay,
So this category, it doesn't sound, I'm probably using the wrong term, but it's not like positive, proactive. It's more if you have a complaint, if you have an issue, this is how, deal with. What about the promoting?
I think that's what you guys have been doing over the last.
Yeah, which is again,
Reimagining it, right?
yeah, I think if we say, what have we really been doing over the last 6 years? It's really equity and inclusion and outreach as to this division existing. And perhaps you can change the internal staff division to something else, or, I don't know. But this is what the Human Relations Commission has done, minus some of the enforcement activities outlined in the ordinance that it is no longer really doing.
Is it possible that this board would play a role in essentially reviewing maybe some of the decisions or outcomes of these other boards within, to make sure it's looked at within this lens? So that would be a way to sort of elevate, so we're using the duties of this.
Yeah,
board.
absolutely.
Is that?
Yeah. I think internally, though, we would need to have a conversation about, like, do we remove those duties from this equity and inclusion board? That it's no longer performing? If the public has told us basically they don't really take advantage of that opportunity, should there still be an opportunity? Or should there be a special civil rights subcommittee that reviews the complaints and can hear, should anyone ever elect to do that?
Smith, if it's something like a low barrier opportunity for folks to access those kinds of that kind of recourse, I think it wouldn't really be something that could be a subcommittee. It would need to be something which is always available. But if the board is elevating what it's focusing on, it wouldn't have to be all the time. I mean, the Cultural Arts Commission, we don't do all murals all the time. Murals come every once in a while for our approval. So I think it could be a standing opportunity. I do think it's important to have that available to folks in the community.
I guess I just meant, would it be something that staff would handle or have an internal procedure for that? Or if we still have this community input, public input?
Yeah, so that's what I'm wondering. I mean, if this, I don't want to miss, right? I mean,
Maybe that'd be the first thing you talk about.
Yeah.
okay. So that's a possibility. Okay. Everybody happy with that?
Yep. That's really helpful.
So now we have two more to go: environmental sustainability and community engagement.
Yeah, and sound fiscal stewardship.
Oh,
So-
that's right. Yeah. I'm missing a page, that's why. If I could just make I've a clarifying question here about the community engagement board. Now that we have a city position that's dedicated to community engagement, and community engagement would then be a part of all of this, I'm struggling to think of that being a separate board in itself, if it's part of a city position, and each of these boards, I mean, there's, as was described by Hannah, a whole new way of going about business with interacting with the community is coming up on board with all these. So I'm just wondering if we need that as a separate board.
And in fact, according to the International Association on Public Participation, boards and commissions are a technique of community engagement, right? So it goes sets over and under, right? All of it. So I tend to agree with it, but I want to hear from the group.
I think that while community engagement is important throughout all of the processes we're talking about, that having a separate board about community engagement is a little bit circular because boards are a form of community engagement. So having a board about, yeah, it's just, I think it makes more sense to have a community engagement woven throughout everything and have, you know, city staff who are in charge of community engagement really like use that to bolster the performance of all the board.
And maybe someday some sort of operational group of people who come together to help with that work and advise. But I would agree that setting up a policy board to be in those point being circular is a very good way to describe it. It's not what we're here to do.
I would agree.
Everybody feel okay with that?
Yep.
Okay.
Like a board for boards, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty well.
Okay, so now we've got environmental sustainability and fiscal stewardship, which I lost somewhere. There it is. Town fiscal stewardship. And I think we've got what was listed on there because I've messed up my pages.
Mhm.
So that leaves environmental. And I need a sheet for that. And that just has one committee on it so far.
B. Smith, I would recommend that we don't add any other new boards to environmental sustainability and let the sustainability advisory board keep sustaining or advising sustainability.
Stan, were you you were on this board for a long time, right? Still it is.
Yes.
Still is. What is
Yeah,
your feeling on, what is your feeling on a separate board? Continuing separate board for this?
So I'm currently the chair of the board. I have mixed emotions because part of me thinks it's more operational than policy. We're not really setting policy for the city and creating policy. We're more responsive to the city asking about policies that they may want to adopt. We don't have a set agenda. We kind of create our agenda each month. And I feel like we could use more direction. If we had more direction from the city commission, then maybe we could be a standalone advisory board.
I was on there for a while and I have to agree with Stan that it was kind of a little hard to find a direction. Stan said, you know, there weren't really issues that came before the board specifically, if I was correct. I don't know, it might have changed, Stan, that somebody, occasionally members of the public would come and say, I think the city should do this. And then the Sustainability Advisory Board would investigate that issue. But it was, yeah, I don't know. It is hard to describe, as Stan said. It really, we just sort of made things up as it went along, depending on what was brought before the board or what the staff brought. Oftentimes it was like that 5-star, the star rating that came up in the Sustainability Advisory Board, and that was brought to the Sustainability Board by staff. And we did a lot with that. We just worked with that, talked a lot about that. So I don't know if I would consider, I don't know if that's sort of policy.
Yep.
Establishing that, but it's also one of these things that I see could be included in all of these, you know, when you're looking at building codes,
Right.
you know, that's an environmental sustainability issue. Connected city, that's a lot of environmental sustainability issues.
Right, right. Historic Resources Commission has some overlap. Parks and Rec
Yeah.
with open space and things like that has some overlap. It touches, the topic touches so many different things, but the board itself, in Stan's opinion, maybe not all of my board members would agree with me, but I feel like we don't have much direction from the city. We're not, I created an agenda each month and basically we did it this back in December or January. We had a strategic planning meeting where we looked at the city's strategic plan We looked at the environmental sustainability, key performance indicators, and we talked about how could we provide value and direction on those. And that's what we're kind of focusing on this year. But we created that ourselves. The city didn't ask us to do that, city commission. We took it upon ourselves to say, okay, we need to be proactive. Here's the direction we're going to go in 2023. But we created that.
I kind of see it possibly as we were talking about here, whereas the equity inclusion, to elevate that some review, there would be some review of outcomes from the other boards. I could kind of see potentially the environmental sustainability board acting as such. That's like an entirely, I mean, that's sort of a new thing, it seems to me, with two boards over kind of reviewing decisions or outcomes of other boards. I mean, that's a model we don't have currently. If I'm correct.
I think as we envision what changes we may make, maybe we say, you know what, we need to make sure that we have somebody who's dedicated to being a voice on environmental sustainability that sits on the Parks and Rec Board, somebody that has that environmental sustainability voice that represents that interest, that sits on the HRC or the Planning Commission or these different boards where there's a fair amount of overlap of environmental sustainability interest. Maybe when you create that new board, you say, at least one position on that board is dedicated to this particular topic or has to have this subset of skills to serve. There's a concept. I don't know.
It's not far off of the way we operate internally. So we have champions for each of the 5 outcomes and each of the 5 commitments, and they serve on committees for each other. So each outcome team member hosts a team that has one of each of the commitments on it. And they're overlapped in their key performance indicators that they're focusing on. So they're talking about every KPI twice, theoretically. But as we keep saying, all of the commitments have to be tended to in everything we do.
Guess the question is then how would, I mean, is there a role for public engagement in how the city is being environmentally sustainable?
Hmm.
And what does that look like?
Yeah, or if it's just issue specific.
Yeah.
As these are or address specific issue.
I think it might be so widely varied. Like let's just say you're a citizen and you have questions about the bus service, you know, as it pertains to pollution and efficiency of routes and everything they just all went through. That's one area, or you may have another question about the pollution of concrete and how it really does pollute the air, as recent studies have shown. And so it's such a wide span. It encompasses all parts of your lives, the recycling and the water and everything, so that environmental sustainability touches everything on that wall. So back to my soapbox, if you had a citizens advocate position that was a big phone number that was, if you got a question, citizens advocate is here to point you where to go and ask, that maybe their environmental sustainability board as an entity would be dissolved and it would just be in each of these as citizens questioned.
I think that the public would have to be confident that the city was taking environmental sustainability into consideration.
Yeah,
with all its
I agree.
operations.
I
And that's
agree.
probably debatable. depending on who you're talking to.
Do you think that the average person working at Walmart is confident of the environmental sustainability board as itself? I don't know.
What would you say to that, Stan, in terms of, since you interact with the public as the environmental sustainability board, do you think the public has confidence in that environmental sustainability is taken into consideration with its operations?
I think you pose an interesting question because I think there's a desire to see environmental sustainability considered in so many different things, the transportation network, the bike paths planning, open space planning, the work that the planning commission does with the, Horizon 2040, or like, if that's the correct term for it now, it used to be Horizon 2020, the long-term planning, the strategic planning of growth for the city. I think people want to see environmental sustainability considered in all of that. And I'm not sure that that is best done in a standalone board unless we have more specific charter from the city commission that we have certain things we're supposed to be working on behalf of the city. It may be that we could get more representation of that issue if it was spread out among many boards, but was a required element of consideration for the decision-making of those boards. I think it's something to consider.
I was thinking the same thing, like that, is that simplifying this? Is that a checkbox on our decisions of, has environmental sustainability been considered? That's not sufficient. That's not enough. Like what's the impact in having some measurables to see what this decision does in environmental sustainability? But listening to everybody talk, that was kind of where I was going to, that maybe it needs to be explicitly as part of the decision-making process of how this is determined and what the outcome of the determination was.
Is that something that could potentially be, I don't know, that could be a task for maybe an operational board? I mean, to just take a look at that sort of thing about this.
So what I can say from a staff perspective, if it's helpful, is a champion of community engagement, for instance. So if we take all these boards and we better align them to the outcomes, let's talk about the outcomes, the 5 outcomes. And the meetings that Craig just described, that means that the folks leading those meetings are going to have a much stronger sense of what's happening in each of these boards and commissions that are aligned to their outcome areas. And they'll be able to raise that with the commitment champions, and the commitment champions will be able to say, hey, I see an opportunity for community engagement and you need to hit pause and we need to talk about that. Same with Kathy with environmental sustainability. So I think in creating this better aligned structure, we also improve the ability of the commitments to do their work in a more effective and engaged way. And might we eventually, again, bring in some community members to help us do that in an operational board capacity? For sure, that would be very exciting. But I think I guess I would just say from a staff perspective, in doing this alignment work, you create so much more opportunity for the champions of the commitments to stand up for their commitment areas. That's rather than a standalone. I defer to the committee, but that would be my first staff perspective of what it might look like to champion for a commitment under this new structure and how it will be much better and easier.
Playing devil's advocate here. The optics of us eliminating an environmental sustainability board, what does that look like,
Smith, I also have to ask, if it sounds like a lot of what Stan's communicating is that the board hasn't been doing that much or been tasked with that much now. And so I think that could also go in the direction of let's task them with more, or, if there is a lot of, if it is so important and everything, maybe we just need to get them more involved. So to continue playing devil's advocate.
Yeah. Right. Like your purpose is to engage with all of these, different committees. Yeah.
The work is enormous and, Kathy has one employee of one department, if you call it that, has the most key performance indicators she's responsible for of anybody. Remember, they intersect with all of these.
Mhm.
And, they're ambitious. They are wide ranging.
Kathy is the staff person that supports the SAB.
Oh, thank you.
So are you saying that maybe she could more effectively do her job?
Well,
With,
I'm saying we're required to get this work done, to move these needles. We're going to be asking for resources in the budget so that we can get it's necessary to do the work that we're doing. Many times that budget resides in the outcome areas, but it's crossed with environmental sustainability. So number of trees planted, removed, and maintained to create a healthy tree canopy. That's one. Well, Parks and Recreation is doing most of that work, but Kathy's going to make sure those progress indicators are meeting their mark. If there's some changes that may have to occur, she could initiate, hey, I wonder if there's some strategies that need to be deployed in here or we need more resources to make that happen. She's going to be initiating those. If you had another board and commission also doing that, having those conversations about these dozen key performance indicators, then perhaps they would, but they're going to cover a lot of ground. Acres per resident of public land used for environmental sustainable uses. Acres of park green space. Number of events that are celebrating and enhance area environmental sustainability. Percentage of commercial units above or at energy code. So they've crossed over multiple outcome areas.
Yeah.
And that's how we work now.
And those are all great goals, Craig. How do you see the SAB impacting any of those? The only one that we felt we could impact this year was the community engagements, and that was like taking part in Earth Day. But affecting the number of trees planted, affecting the commercial buildings that are energy efficient, things like that, it's difficult for us to impact that. And we don't have policy-making authority to require certain things like that.
Virtually none of these advisory boards have policy-making authority, but you can influence. I mean, your advice towards code changes on environmental efficiency standards. Do you think, because I was kind of wondering when you said, I had to go back to our first conversation about the interest level of the building code. The building code appeal board. There's a plumbing professional on that for the sustainability of the code. Maybe they will, maybe they won't, but I was thinking to get into historic preservation, the plumbing person is going to be really thinking about the ornate window treatments that are on a historic building. So I think everybody's going to get a little bit out of their comfort zone. But I think if you did have one of these, I'm not advocating either way. I'm saying we got a lot of work to do, and the staff level work is going to happen. But I think there will be policy questions. There are policy questions right now to go with what should we get into the International Building Code adoption? I mean, right now we're kind of thinking maybe we need to wait another year or maybe another 2 years. What are the implications of that? I think that would be something that the advisory board would talk about, and it probably will be well represented at the planning commission level when they get the new codes as well. But anyway, there's policy work everywhere, I think, but I don't know how much of a steady diet some of these areas might have.
Is there a way with the planning commission having as heavy an agenda as it currently has, is there a way to peel off some of what it has on its agenda and move towards any one of these other.
Well, it's intersectional because I think you want an opinion from both.
Right, but can they do the work at environmental sustainability that flows more towards planning commission in a more summarized fashion to make not a detailed, I mean, you're making detailed decisions, but to do a lot of the work there versus at the planning commission level.
So if you're recommending that the sustainability board could do some of the initial work and then on issues that would be more sustainability focused and then pass it off to the planning board for a more of a secondary, just to like reduce some of that workload.
Yeah. Thinking out loud.
Well, I certainly know that the Sustainability Advisory Board, one of the tasks that they could be, it would be nice if they were much involved in the new land development code. I mean, there's a great example of having an environmental sustainability board intimately involved with the land development code, because that's where things really happen. It's in the code.
Yeah, land density. I mean,
Yeah, that's
percentage of development that is infill. That's on the environmental advisory board scorecard.
anything from, encouraging native plantings in development, amount of open space, what percentage of land must be set aside in development for open space. The permeable surfaces, allowing permeable surfaces to be in parking lots instead of impermeable surface. I mean, all kinds of things that the Sustainability Advisory Board, those with that expertise could have a field day with the Lawrence Development Code. Brings in all kinds of things.
And all things that we would be interested in, and I think fit well with environmental sustainability. So how's the best way to impact that for our community? Is it as a standalone board, which is fine to go forward with, or is it some sort of, I don't know, hybrid where it has its finger in 6 other boards? I don't know. Maybe we can come back to it, but
It's not, there's not a clear answer. I mean, I think it's fair to give that to the city commission as well. We saw this either way. And let them kind of get a feel for it. What isn't that useful, seeing what the city commission digests, is 2 beloved children who completely disagree with each other. They might inform the conversation, but here you've got one that says, don't you dare do this. And the other one says, this is the only way to go. And then you dump it in the elected official's lap.
So if we could, because I know Daniel's going to leave very soon, can we just touch base and then maybe take a little break once Daniel's leaving? Just revisit, since Daniel was very impassioned about unmistakable identity. So we'll come back to environmental sustainability. Maybe we'll just give that to the commission, and maybe this goes to the city commission. But let's before Daniel leaves, talk land on maybe a recommendation or no recommendation for one of the 2 of these models.
I see you counting here, Chris. So if these 2 are separate, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah.
Right. So I think that there's a world, I think we could get to a point where potentially unmistakable identity could be one thing, but the reality is, and I double checked the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board's charge, and it's just stuff that I go outside occasionally to walk my dog, but it is there's definitely unmistakable identity. So much of it is the way average people interact in Lawrence, the things that people do in their free time, the things that give people joy. And the reality is, I feel like there's quite a range when it comes to the stuff that people do, and whether it's open green spaces, biking, nature, and some of that stuff, or sculpture and art. And I feel like as it currently stands, the amount of stuff that the Cultural Arts Commission oversees is a lot. And the people who we have on there are experts in the subject matter. And I don't think they have much interest in, also discussing more of the Parks and Recreation type stuff. We're also.
They wouldn't be interested in fees at the what extent?
Every day this year.
So I am gonna have to take off because we have our community arts grants review. But I worry, I think that it could be, especially since Parks and Recreation is doing this master plan, that is part of what they want to do moving forward. And we're talking about heritage and some of the other things. So I think that with that in mind, maybe we could leave it like this, and the Parks and Recreation master plan might lead us to develop a different system, but maybe let that, see how that shakes out and go from there. I feel like, yeah, I can't really imagine how the two would be combined. I'll come sit down on more Parks and Recreation Advisory Board meetings though. But I kind of worry that my art people would just, I don't know, talk the whole time and we'd never talk about fees or whatever. And so
These are important. Talk about it.
I am gonna go though. I'll be next door. So
Thank you.
Thanks, Sam.
So if we went with this model here, so this is two different boards, then that would leave just Parks and Rec under unmistakable identity.
Or vice versa.
Or true.
John, that's true. That's true. We've talked much about integration of arts and culture moving forward, especially now. I know Porter's very newly in that space, but I think you all have met since he was on board. Was there any conversations about what integration between Parks and Rec, arts and culture, and unmistakable identity, events and marketing might look like going forward?
Not at the board itself.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
I mean, we
Newly
know
appointed to that.
there's the comprehensive plan, and the consultant for the comprehensive plan for unmistakable identity. And so the consultant who's been hired is heavy into Parks and Rec, but then there's been a subcontract issued to a person who's heavy into the arts. And so that's going to be, it's going to be a combination of the two.
Okay. That's helpful to know about how they're aligning those things moving forward. And, there's work to be done to align them, but,
Oh, yeah.
but the conversations are starting.
Yeah, yes, very much so. Yeah.
I think the good point is brought up, like maybe the cultural arts people aren't gonna be interested in Parks and Rec, but maybe the historic people aren't gonna be interested in, building code appeals. And we're gonna have that issue with combining every single one of these committees. Everyone needs to have an open mind and want to work with each other or get off the committee. If we're going to get this done, we have to open our minds to merging and working together and finding common ground. I just feel like if we had someone from each one of those here, that everyone would say the same thing. I don't know, I'm here about airplanes. I like our airport. I know a lot about airplanes. I don't know about.
That's coming up next month.
I agree. The only thing I was keeping these separate is just workload and whether these two boards have a sufficient agenda on a regular basis that kind of precludes us from combining these as one committee. And they end up being at 2 a.m., just like Planning Commission.
We still have, what we have to get to before I go is establishing the next step, which is the public engagement. And we may just get more information and more feedback at public engagement about this. So we've got 6 that we're all pretty comfortable with. And it could be that this is 7, 8, and 9. Or we may change that after hearing public comment.
And Planning Commission,
April.
Planning Commission count as one of those?
No.
So that would be our 10th.
No, because that's not that's not in the purview of the list of things that we had to deal with. Planning Commission was not in that list because it's a joint city-county mission.
Gotcha.
I'm thinking that as the unmistakable identity, as we go through the comprehensive, trying to develop the comprehensive plan, that the consultants are going to be in a wonderful place to be able to tell us what the connections are. You know, and they really will be able to, they'll be able to say, yeah, you guys really do have a lot in common, and one group makes a lot of sense, or one group with the subcommittees or so on. I think, you know, that experience is going to be very informative.
Possibly an opportunity to help facilitate you through shared values creation, right? And shared meaning making.
Yes.
So, yeah. That's a great idea.
But correct me, we don't have the luxury of waiting until that person's done with their,
Yeah.
to make this decision, to move forward with this. That's why I think that long-term makes sense. I don't know that can be the decision point for us today.
So then I would say combine them with the option of subcommittees. And if it fails, it fails. And if we can make it work, we make it work. But let's get some experience.
In the subcommittees we have in the ordinance is created
No, we don't have to do it.
only by existing members of that particular, not outside members.
Yeah.
So do people want a couple minutes breaks to run to the restroom before we tackle the April public engagement that we have to set tonight? We have to do that tonight.
Yeah.
We have to- just a minute to run to the bathroom. No, everybody, okay.
I'm gonna use the rest of
Okay,
it.
good. So dehydrated. So let's just take a minute then. But that was the big step.
If we have time, do you think we could revisit AHAB? So, or maybe that's a future conversation, just breaking AHAB up like we did and making sure that
Between the trust fund and the
just making sure that
is okay. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, is that a question for, staff in terms of, is that even a possibility?
Yeah, that's good.
For me.
Okay,
It wants to.
so. Being after break, yeah.
Yeah.
And, is that a possibility to split AHAB? The question is, taking the trust fund out of AHAB and putting it into fiscal stewardship? Is the question. Is that even a thing?
Well, it would require an ordinance change and
A lot of these are.
yeah.
Oh, so it's a possibility.
We didn't break up any other board into 3 different components. And so just making sure that that's the right decision.
So if it's okay, since we need to establish phase 3 engagement plans in terms of when it's going to happen, if it's all right, if we
Definitely.
rearrange the agenda to address item number 2 before the rest of item number 1. Anybody have any objections to that?
Yeah.
Okay. So engagement plan. So there was a broad outline of how that would work. So we need to basically, the most important thing, we need to establish a time, a date, and think
So,
about.
I mean, given the timelines we've been talking about, it would be important to think about when we might want to do this engagement. If you want to solicit feedback and have time to digest and act on that feedback, that's going to require you to be able to have revision and refinement space right after the meeting. What I would say, what I would encourage you all to think about, what I've given you is just some suggestions of techniques. Really, the content of the meeting is pretty wide open, right? And I always find a helpful question to think about when you're planning a public engagement, is what's the decision that we're making and what parts of it are we asking the community to weigh in on? And we only want to ask the community, our stakeholders, to weigh in on things that we're willing to let them influence. That's fair, right? That means that we are creating space for them to give us meaningful feedback rather than feedback that we're just bouncing off our heads, right? So I would open it up to say, I suggested some techniques. Those are also on the table for discussion. But the content of what you do within those techniques and what you ask is very much up to you. And actually, it's kind of dependent on what you've done tonight as well. So where we are in the process of developing draft recommendations means that the questions we might ask will be different. Right now, you've got a rough proposal, right? If you want to present that rough proposal to folks to feedback on, that can be done. We'll just have to figure out what are we asking them to do with that information? What are we prepared to do with what we might hear back as well, right?
I feel like, and maybe we haven't been documenting this very well. I mean, I suppose it's recorded, but people will want to know. I feel like, again, everyone's going to be like, no, you can't combine my committee or do away with it or separate it out or rename it and repurpose it. Or the committee that I identify with the most as a community member. So the first thing I think that has to happen in the explanatory statement of the decision or the draft that we have is, why did we do these 3 under this? Why did we split up AHAB? Why did it make sense? And so then people can go, well, your reasoning is flawed. I'm on that committee and XYZ. I just think you can't go, we've done this. This is what it looks like. And what's your opinion on it? Do you think that it will achieve the outcome? Like, this was our reasoning. We met 3 or 4 times for hours, and this is the reasoning for each one of these. Otherwise, everyone's gonna have their own opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. I would agree that in whatever we do at the beginning of whatever kind of engagement we host would be educational, informational about how we arrived here, the history, why, where we're at, and what we're looking for people to help us figure out next.
I mean, but also just to emphasize, like, why do we combine BZA and all those? Like, just very specifically addressing why we did, here's the committee, this is what we did with it and why.
So this is gonna be, so who would be facilitating this meeting? I imagine, as many of us as possible on whatever date it is would be there to sort of kind of help explain, rationale and reasoning and whatnot, but who is this gonna be, there's a facilitator that's going to say, okay, at this point in the meeting, we're gonna explain what happened. And then we're gonna have tables that you can go around, you can put your dots on what you agree with or not agree with type of thing.
Yeah, I'm happy to MC for you, but welcome to the operational community engagement board. Welcome to doing the work. So when we talk about breaking out into smaller groups, you all should absolutely be the facilitators of the smaller groups. You should be asking people the questions, whatever you identify them to be, and you should be there to explain to people how we arrived where we did. This is your project, right? You're the subject matter experts on how we got to this point. So yeah, we would definitely kindly request that you all serve in facilitative capacities for that meeting, but I will do a lot of the heavy lifting around planning and logistics. I will MC for you and I will note take. I'll make it an easy experience. But yeah, you're subject matter experts.
And the listening. The promise to the public will be that you're going to listen and give feedback on what you heard.
Right.
And I could imagine it being a question and answer thing where, we might ask the public at our small group, our table, say, well, so what do you think about this and why? But also asking them, especially if they're members of boards and commissions, well, what kind of decisions do you make? I mean, where do you think this decision you made falls into? And what about this decision? To also be questioning them about the operations of their particular commission, sort of maybe in a sense challenging each other about why it fits or doesn't fit into a particular category.
Yeah.
Instead of just listening to, I don't think it should be here. I mean, why? I asked them, like, why shouldn't it? What kinds of decisions are you making? Help me understand your board better. Like I said, I don't know a thing about the aviation board. So
Yeah.
I'd want to talk to them about that.
I love that. Yeah. I'm sure they appreciate the opportunity to be heard. Just
Stan?
But I'd like to ask something. We've sat here tonight and we kind of, in our own mind or collectively, thought about where we would like to place some of these existing boards underneath these new topics that all relate back to the city's strategic plan. And I wonder if we go into a public meeting, are we going to distract everybody by having them look at what we already came up with rather than soliciting their input on the concept? If we went and talked about the concept of, here's the list of all the boards that are up for consideration, and we want to match our board structure to the city's strategic plan. So here's the topics that we have for that, strong and welcoming neighborhoods, safe and secure communities, things like that. And ask the public to place under those topics. We might see that there's a lot of consistency with how we thought, or maybe there's a large amount of inconsistency. But I think we might be better off soliciting that type of opinion and then going back and working from that, as opposed to, okay, here's what we thought, and then letting everybody just take shots at it. I think it would distract them, as opposed to just giving them, here's our concept. Now we would like you to help us fill this out and see where that takes us. And that could be the thing that you have people, putting their recommendations. I think this board should go under here and here's why. We might learn a lot from that.
The challenge for that though, is that if this is public engagement, are they really going to be familiar with all the boards?
Well,
I mean, their knowledge will be so limited to one board or two boards or whatever that I don't know that asking, I don't know about you guys, but I don't know anything about so many of these boards. It wouldn't really help for me to come in, like if it was the first meeting and they said, okay, take a look at the boards, here's their function, where do they belong in these? That'd be overwhelming for me.
I
But I
agree.
think-
I'm still learning personally, so I agree with that comment.
I think that he's made a very, very good point in terms of public engagement. It's kind of like the old phrase, seek first to understand, then be understood. And that's how you get along with people. By asking them, what do we are tasked with something, what do you think? Rather than we think this is what it should be. What do you think? It's just so much more welcoming, maybe to engage, but the idea to the public is we're not getting this shoved down our throats. They actually came to us and asked us what we thought, and we could ask some questions. I didn't even know there was an aviation board, that just speaking what someone would say. But the idea to understand first the other party and then be understood is rule number one in all facets of life: parenting, marriage, public engagement.
I'm picturing what, pieces of paper, sticky things, where they've got the board, the description of the board, and then they blank sheets. Here's our topics, and they put them wherever it is, and there's a little explanation to help with that.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna go, how'd you guys come up with unmistakable identity? That sounds so crazy. And you got these other ones too? What kind of strategic, where did they come from? Oh, there was a strategic plan? Oh, I didn't know about strategic plan. I mean, you think you're acting as if people will have this knowledge of this whole process. When if you say to somebody, one of the main categories is unmistakable identity, they're going to go, that's nuts.
I think I would.
Where the heck did that come from?
I would tend to agree with you.
This is in Austin, Texas.
I don't think we're going to find any, but there's very few people that we're going to find they're going to have knowledge about all of the boards or all of the process. But even if we have 10 people that know about one board, that's going to help inform the decision of how we're moving forward with these. So if someone comes and talks about their particular board individually, that will help us understand where that needs to go. And it's not that we're getting it from everybody, from all boards, but we are getting information that's necessary for us to make the decision that we're charged with to move forward.
Didn't we do that? I'm sorry. I guess I feel like, didn't we do that? We sent it to.
Not the public.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, we did get information from the people who sit on these boards. We narrowed down what they thought. That informed what we're doing here today. And now we're saying, okay, we have a draft plan. Let's hear what the community who do not sit on these boards and do not have all of this wealth of information, what they think. I think it would be a huge educational reach for the general public to understand the strategic plan and understand everything about these boards and commissions. If you can give an overview of information and then present them with the reasoning, then they can think about it and say, well, my opinion on it is this, instead of giving them all this information that they're not educated on and saying, what's your opinion? Like, that's a huge educational lift. And that's a lot to ask of our community. I think we should give them a little bit of guidance. instead of just opening, of course, I think we're in the same place. It's just how's the information presented to the community? Like, do we give them a blank slate or do we guide them and then say, but this is all up to you. Like, that's why we're here today is, this is our draft. This is the reasoning. What are your thoughts? This is subject to change. That's why you're here. And we're really excited to hear from you.
Two things I'll add on to that. I agree with everything that's being said. First of all, it's aspirational to think there'll be a huge public engagement on this. It will be mostly key stakeholders, people who are very invested in this question, who have served on boards before. I hope we get a huge public engagement. We'll try, but we know who's mostly going to be in that room, right? So just take that, and that's your audience, right? That's who you're going to be primarily speaking to. That's in front of mind. The other thing would be, from a community engagement perspective, when you plan a public engagement process, if we wanted to go through a situation where we wanted our stakeholders or the community to do everything that you've just done, we should have done that a lot earlier. Because we're making decisions whether or not we like it. And so we can't act like we haven't already come to some space of recommendations. I won't say decisions, space of suggestions and recommendations. And if we pretend like we haven't done that with people who are very invested in this process, they're going to call our bluff. And they're going to say, you've already done this work. You've already talked about this. So I think better to be more transparent about the journey we've been on with them and tell them where we are now and sort of how they can meaningfully influence the process from here on out. In the first meeting, we talked about when to host the public meeting. And there was a strong feeling that after draft recommendations were delivered, that would be most meaningful. So we decided to do the 2 questionnaires to Katie's point, and we did get some good feedback. It wasn't very public. But we did ask them about their strategic plan and where they saw alignment and where they saw possibilities for collaboration with other boards. So we can tell this story, right, of the journey we've been on, and that will be key in helping people understand, I think, how we arrived where we are. But if we were going to ask them to do what you all have done, we should have done it way earlier. But we've already done it, and we've gone down that path. So let's be honest. And then 2, most of the people who will engage will be who are invested in this question.
And at least for the upfront, explaining the strategic plan. I mean, that's been something that's been established. And we have a charge from the city commission to align everything with the strategic plan. So kind of at least start there.
And by way of explaining where the strategic plan came from and why we have this thing called unmistakable identity.
If we explain that up front and then move from there, at least it covers that ground.
So what is the, so I see this 2-phase digital questionnaire that goes out and then public engagement. Is that one then the other, or are they happening?
The questionnaire would go out first.
Okay, that's what I thought. It was consecutive. So what is the timing of that in your mind? How long do you let it sit out there and then host the event? So, and that's what we're supposed to decide today.
That's kind of what we're going to talk about today. Yeah.
What's your expert opinion?
I would recommend having the survey questionnaire open for at least 2 weeks.
Okay.
Best practice. And then the actual engagement itself, I think there's some, I defer it back to the commission, to the board. What are we, a committee? I defer it back to you all to think about what kind of engagement you're going to host, the feedback you're going to get from that, and the amount of time you will need to grapple with that feedback and take it fold it into the recommendations that you create. So I would say if you want it to be meaningful, give yourself time to digest what you hear, right? We got a tight timeline, I recognize, but if you're going to ask people for their opinion, make the time to listen to it and make the time to digest that data and act on it in ways that you can act on it.
I'm going to say something about the timeline.
Did I cue you up, Tom?
Yes, we could go back to the commission and say we need more time. There's nothing to prevent us from doing that. And I mean, if I were on the city commission now and you came to me and you said, we need a little more time, I said, okay, fine, how much? Okay.
Well, let's look at, so how, I mean, realistically, how quickly could the digital questionnaire go out? Based on what because we've ordered, but we have not tackled the other 2 things on the agenda, which was the front material on the thing that we just worked through, or the ethics.
Depends on what you want to get out of the engagement. Depends on the question you are going to ask people to weigh in on, you know, that will determine when that meeting can happen and what the shape of that, what the content of that meeting will be. If you, I mean, it's a question, do you feel like you've got a baked enough whatever to take it out for public feedback? Or do you not feel like it's baked enough?
I think
Have to
we
be
do.
fully baked, to be clear, before you go for public engagement, but
Yeah.
do you feel like you have a sense and a shared understanding of what you want to ask of the community? That's a better way to frame it.
I feel pretty good about putting out the structure that we've come up with. I do have some questions and concerns and items to talk about when it comes to the, what am I going to call that?
So we
The
have,
ethics and what's that called?
so we have attached the advisory boards. We have a resolution. It's sort of like
Advisory board policy.
which is just putting in resolution format,
Mhm.
kind of merging with what we currently have for a policy. All of those things you all discussed, we went through in the last meeting, just appointments, communications, and other things like that. Specific to each board, that would be in the ordinance, once you determine how that looks, like you talked about, you might prescribe a certain number. So that you've already talked about. And then the ethics policy, we haven't had time to talk about.
Mhm.
We have one that exists. And we looked at, I think, we've been in other ones, added a few updates and some things they had, but it does talk about in charge, that some going to
Mhm.
either recommend it stays as is, or maybe make updates to the ethics policy, but part of it does talk about, how agendas are prepared, that's sort of more.
The operation stuff.
The other onboarding orientation, and then, yeah, so those two things are just addressing those. Again, nothing you haven't talked about, and then the ethics policy is just a few updates, but.
So we would have to feel comfortable enough with this draft as it stands, and it could change to at least put it out to the public, even though we may have some particular issues with
I
it.
did have one question, I actually read all this stuff. Could there be an orientation for the staff liaison? Because I don't know that they know exactly, I mean, in Parks and Rec, I don't even know who our staff liaison is.
We have several.
You know?
Sorry, go ahead, John.
No, so I'm
Yeah.
just saying if there was some, I mean, there's training orientation for the board members. If there was something, you know, systematic so that the liaison knew their responsibility.
Sorry, are we supposed to decide the timing of the digital questionnaire and the questions first? Or did we decide on that?
No.
I think what we're talking about is would the questions involved be related, if we aren't taking the ethics policy and stuff forward, are you going to be discussing those this meeting?
So we would.
I'm asking you if you're ready.
Yeah, so to be ready for the digital question to go out, we have to be comfortable with these things. Other than that, we went through the structure. So if we're comfortable with the structure, that's ready to go. But are we comfortable with the policy, this other resolution, 7472 and the ethics?
Are we comfortable with that stuff enough from our previous discussions for it to go out to the public and for us to comment? We want to do it.
Yeah, the policy was one we reviewed last meeting,
Mhm.
gave feedback on,
Right.
right?
And then I updated it with basically what
Yeah.
changes.
But that does include
And that's,
2 consecutive 3-year terms.
I'm fine with the policy.
Well, I had a couple comments on the policy one, and in the last meeting, we actually said that we were going to start with that in this meeting. So I was ready to talk about it, but do you want to hear a couple of comments on the policy one? Now?
We are
They're not
5 minutes to 8 o'clock.
Which number is it?
So-
You want to talk about?
7472.
Yes, I think, Stan, we need to either, if we're not comfortable putting this out on the digital questionnaire, that means we need to have another meeting or to talk about the stuff that we weren't able to talk about tonight before we set the digital questionnaire out.
So in an ideal situation, our timeline was like May 23rd, what our ultimate goal was.
It was gonna go before city commission sometime in May, recommendations. Is that right, Sherry?
Well, you had about 4 months from your first meeting to bring back. Which would be in May.
So we'd have to have another meeting in quick order to discuss, it wouldn't be 3 hours long to discuss the remaining documents. Then we would set a digital, then we would set the timeline
For the questionnaire and the
for the
engagement.
questionnaire and the engagement.
If you're ready.
And then we would then have to digest that.
Craig's gonna kick
Are we-
the table, but.
Are we thinking that the public has pretty strong opinions about the policy and stuff? I thought the public just would really care about the structure. Like, little edits to this, I'm sure Stan has like just a few questions. I have just a few questions about the other one. The resolution, whatever. I just like, do we really need to put that part out there? Or, I mean, we do, we want, but like,
Well, let me ask staff and we could vote to continue this meeting. I mean, we've already been going for 3 hours. We could take an extra 15 minutes to do this. If we think we can do it in 15 minutes or so.
yeah, I don't want to have another meeting. I'm sorry. I think we can handle these little questions because I really don't think that the public is going to care about the two documents that are under review right now.
So let me ask the remaining board here and staff, is that a possibility to extend this meeting 15 minutes? Yeah. I can go all night.
Will, with these, if there are edits to these, would they need to come back to us before we release them? Are we okay with staff making the changes and releasing these with the changes that we make?
I would be.
Recommendations?
Yes.
Okay, Stan,
You want to,
go with your questions.
Okay, I think they'll be very brief.
Do we need to vote to extend it? Okay, all right.
I think they'll be very brief. So if we're looking at 7472, on the first page under 2A, where it says appointees shall only serve in one city appointed position at the time, I think it should say no more than 2 instead of 1. If it was only 1, we couldn't even be doing what we're doing right now, and that is serving on the Sustainability Advisory Board and then this board on boards. So I think it should say no more than 2 instead of 1. That's my recommendation. And then on the next page, under item 4 at the top of the page where it says term of appointment, 4B, the last sentence says service of a partial term is considered a full term. I think it should say service of a partial term for more than 1 year or more is considered a full term. If you serve a partial term for 5 months, that's considered a 3-year term. I think it should be if you're serving for a year or more, would be my recommendation.
I would agree with that.
Like that.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
So then
So 1 year. If you serve
For 1 year.
that's considered a full term.
yeah, if you serve a year or more, then it would be considered a full term. And then under training on the next page, section 9, B as in Bravo, the city's procedures, requirements, and expectations for boards. I think that needs to be expanded, perhaps.
That may be a typo.
And then under the same thing, does the city have a DEI training program in place? Is that something that would be created? Item E, echo.
We could create one. There isn't one yet that I'm aware of.
So I guess my question was about that. I didn't think we had one. I wasn't sure if we were creating something new with that. And then
We can do that.
this is a small point, but on item 10 under duties, it's got section A, duties for the chair or presiding officer. And then item B that's for all members, right? Not all members besides the chair. I just wanted to verify. So under duties, item 10,
Yes.
section B, Bravo, that's for all board members, right?
Yeah, we can clarify that.
Okay, then I have one other general comment, and that concerns the staff liaison. And that's at the bottom of that page under duties. The staff liaison. I wonder, this is more conceptually now, and this is going to be a maybe broader discussion. I feel like the staff liaison should annually have to report to the city commission on achievement of the mission and goals of that particular board, and should also be presenting what the goals and mission will be for the coming year, and have the city commission kind of bless that. And I guess I don't see that described here on the role of the staff liaison. Maybe this is not the right document for it, but I thought that there should be something about that.
No, I agree. I actually had a similar question up under communications. What I hear from a lot of this discussion is, there are city goals and city activities that are going on, and then you have these advisory boards that are supposed to inform that. There's the communication isn't two ways. And I mean, that's happened with us too. It would be really nice if the staff liaison was telling us what the goals of the city are, and facilitating conversations and relaying all that information, like the sustainability board, for instance, or the Human Relations Commission. I noticed that there was real limitation on the board's usage of a staff liaison. I don't know if that was intentional, and if it is, help me understand, but like our staff liaison, when we have questions, we're like, can you go back and do a little research and let us know, is this legal? Do other cities do that? Is that not what a staff liaison should be doing anymore? Is this intentionally limiting their duties, or was it omitted?
I think it was probably pulling from some of our models, but there have been times, and it's going to get clearer now that we have alignment with strategic plan, and the agenda and the item was generating a really substantial amount of staff work that wasn't included in our budget, that was in addition to running the city stuff, that they almost all have much more of their job to do, assigning legal research and work, which we're lucky to have internal counsel, but those are still valuable resources. And so when they're starting to say, Craig, your stuff is going to have to wait because I've got a board and commission that has asked me to do a research project. That happens frequently, and I think it was reflected in the survey stuff that we got back from. So it is good work, but it's sometimes not generated from the city commission, and so the city commission's work is waiting because they also have important needs to be met. So I'm being candid. That's what generates most of that. And when you have 48 boards and commissions that we're having to take part in, or even a subset of that, many are not as high demand, but some are. And maybe the worst ones are the ones that don't until all of a sudden they surge and they need a lot really fast. And we've even had boards and commissions demand action and response. They use that language. So that, it's addressing that. And that's worst case scenario. That's a very small portion, but there's got to be some control, and having fewer is part of that.
So my question with regards to that is looking at this overall resolution, if this resolution includes not only the boards and commissions we're talking about, but other things like planning commission does ask staff. Like, we're responsible for them going back and doing the wind regulations. So is that part of?
The language
I'm
that
just-
was concerned was, they do not have the authority to direct the city commission or staff to take action, which I get, that actually sounds good. But when you think about it practically, like, I was like, that's kind of scary if I ask, you know, if our commission, our advisory board asks for research to be done, is that directing staff? It makes it sound like we can't ask them to do anything is all. So like, that was my only.
Yeah, I we can have alternative language, but we just, I think not directing staff is an important thing. But asking for information and doing, I mean, the liaisons do have roles that are defined here.
Right, which is what started this conversation, but staff liaison was like answering questions of order and procedural. It sounds like the staff liaison is facilitating a meeting.
Yeah.
And so I think that their role includes a bit more. And so, you know, if you want to keep the direct, you know, we can't direct staff to do anything, that's fine. But like the staff liaison, I think should have a little bit more, as Stan was saying, communication with city goals to meet, you know, and then also can perform research as allowed by supervisors, or, you know, like, and answer questions or research projects or,
Yeah.
I don't know.
This is, I hear you. This is probably maybe an overcorrection. So I get what you're saying. When I'm reading these liaison roles, I think we can fix that.
Okay.
We'll work on that.
And then I worry about how the planning commission fits into that, because we do direct them. We do direct them. Staff.
Really?
Well, I mean, that's the reason we asked for the wind regulations to be. For that, all that work, we asked for that. That was a planning commission directive.
That's when that community engagement. Engagements. And we said, county should have hosted that. It was open. So yeah, it does happen.
Same with chapter 10 changes. It was like the commission was upset because there was no community engagement, but the or the Human Relations Commission asked for community engagement, and then it didn't happen for whatever reason. And so like, there has to be more of a like a back and forth communication there.
But just to be 100% honest, when that came through really late and my plate was full, overflowing, and I was used to.
Sorry, I didn't know you could say that.
I'm just saying, where does that work come from if it's not prioritized as part of a staff's position?
Yeah.
And yeah, so.
Okay.
And then commission didn't direct Craig to direct me to do that work.
Right.
And that's where it gets really messy, right?
Yeah.
I'm not airing our dirty laundry here.
I think that has to somehow be worked in. So because this is the policy of these commissions. So like the commissions need to know, what is the hierarchy of request? Sure, staff liaison can do that, or a staff liaison can communicate a request to the appropriate person that will funnel it.
Talk about some kind of, you know, reasonable requests will be responded to or something like that. And, you know, if there's greater needs for staff support, those could be discussed with the chair, like that. And we want to check in point, we want to fully resource it. What we don't want, and I will just say there's been some commissions here that I've witnessed that they were demanding, they were ordering and demanding and telling the city commission what they wanted and when they wanted it.
Yeah.
So.
I just want to clarify what the planning commission can and cannot do.
Yeah, I mean,
We asked nicely,
again, you're statutory, so there's a legal requirement of our entity to do the things on, even on a schedule that's really defined by law.
Yeah.
So
Maybe it isn't. Okay, I was just worried that it was covered in this
we
as well.
would have to abide by our
Yeah.
ordinances, and we'd
Yeah.
have to fulfill the
Okay.
administrative duties that support the plan commission as required by those. I do think there's ordinances that define our administrative obligations.
I had one other.
Alignment will help as well, I think, with what you're describing.
Yeah.
If our staff liaison is someone who is plugged into the things that they need to be plugged into, then staff can be better deployed earlier and more effectively over time. So alignment and less will help with that. So go ahead, sorry.
I was just gonna say under section 11 norms subsection J, it says from the staff, including staff liaison should be native private to the city manager. I just wanted to say or designee or city manager's office. Like, I mean,
I missed which letter, which.
J.
J.
Okay. I just like really.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, we can add or designee. Yeah, it's fine. It'll probably be the department director,
Okay.
but that's fine. Or designee.
There was a typo.
That's a criticism of staff.
Now I can't find it. Maybe it was in another section. There was like an in where it's supposed to be is.
She's looking for that. Does anybody else want to jump in with their questions, concerns?
I had no more, I had no more comments on 7472. Thanks.
I have just a couple fails to attend 70% of scheduled meetings. Is that do we distinguish between excused and unexcused absences?
I thought that's where we landed last time, but
You all bumped it up to a.
higher than we had it.
Yeah, I think we discussed it. We ultimately decided that
That was good enough.
whether it's accused or not, they're still missing meetings.
Okay. And is there any concern about under item number 6A, the concept of acting as a body with one voice? That kind of struck me as a little odd because if we, commission votes go 4-3, 6-1, whatever. What does that mean to understand the concept of acting as a body with one voice?
I think I learned that from John somewhere. along the way.
Somebody can't have a dissenting opinion.
I think it's the act of the body, even if you were even if you're in the minority, we can rephrase
Okay.
it, but.
More in line with once a decision is made.
And I figured that's where it was, but it just seemed a little.
Norm, right?
Yeah.
It's actually weird.
It doesn't mean you have to
Okay.
align with the norm.
But we could change that to.
Okay.
Be an outlier.
I do have one other.
With it being moved to norms, which is, I think, not in the.
Yeah. I have one more stand, and then I'll come back to you, is there was a concern, I believe Travis brought it up last time, under norms, 11K, about the lobbying of a state or federal elected official, because some people are doing that in their day jobs.
I thought we.
I thought it still read that.
We said should not unilaterally offer testimony as a representative of the state.
So that clears that.
Is
Okay.
what we, think everyone's comfortable.
Sam.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot one.
Close out.
And that was under membership. Under membership, do we want to add a letter C for people that are outside of the city, if okayed by the city commission, if approved by the city commission? Do we want to give the city commission, say for the airport advisory board, we may have good technical experts that live outside of the city of Lawrence that have good knowledge about, say, the airport. I think we should give the city commission as much flexibility as possible. If they feel it's worthwhile to appoint someone outside of the city, they could do that.
Then shouldn't you, my opinion on that is like, then shouldn't you just ask them for their opinion? If they're outside the city, I mean, if you have someone has a valuable opinion on a specific issue, I feel like that you should just ask them for their opinion. I just see that if you have that like codified in this ordinance, then housing, for instance, is a really great way for this to happen, where you get a bunch of people and out of state people coming in and sitting on our housing board.
Well, I think we currently have that ability with all of our boards, if I'm not mistaken, is that you don't have to be a city resident. The city commission can approve non-residents to serve.
Yeah, I'm not a city resident. I live in the county, but I own 2 businesses here and I work here.
Okay, what if you just worked here and didn't own the business?
I think then you get
And
a
your
lot
kids-
of
And your
Kansas,
kids go to school in the city.
yeah, we're not, but schools advisory board is not a thing that we have here. I think it's having that kind of authority is a real overreach, and I could see people taking advantage of it. This is a city advisory board.
But
So
they already have that authority right now.
The current policy, the current advisory board policy says that they must be a resident or own a business. Exceptions to this may be made from time to time, in which case the reason for the appointment of someone who is not a resident of the city should be stated. So it is in there currently, but that was not what was discussed previously.
So I'm just throwing that out there. Do we want to take that ability away from the city commission?
A neutral on it.
I feel like it should be better defined so we don't have an infiltration on our city boards from complete out of state people who don't even live in our community. Like don't even live here, like live in New York.
Have we had that problem?
No, it's happened in other communities.
I agree with you. This is Lawrence. It should be advised by people from Lawrence.
I'm neutral. I'm okay with that.
If they want to know what somebody at a place else thinks, they can call them up and ask them to come down and talk. But Lawrence is Lawrence. That's why we have these boards, and that's why we have a city commission. That's why we have a city government.
Could we put must reside, work, or own a business in City of Lawrence? To Stan's point, if you didn't own the businesses, but you still were invested in Lawrence by working here, you just choose to live in the county.
Yeah. Yeah. I even think it just should say something about living in Douglas County. I don't know why I'm so sensitive to it. I just soon with development south of town, I just think there's going to be a lot of crossover between Johnson County and, I mean, I'm not a planning person. I don't know. I just worry about the overreaching of people who just pop in to work here and don't spend their money here. That's all. I certainly don't want to delay the conversation.
The appointments are approved by the city commission. So if there was an exception, they'd have to approve that exception. It wouldn't be, I mean, they're the ones making the appointments to the boards.
I like the idea of limiting it to the county, for sure. I wasn't thinking broadly about bringing in people from other states or other counties. That hadn't really crossed my mind, but I can understand the concern for sure.
It sounds like the city commission has the flexibility now as it stands And if we were to put in something else, it would be limiting them to just city residents.
Or reside or own a business within the city limits. So not having that exception, which.
But it wouldn't restrict input to that board. I mean, they could come and speak to it or
Yep.
talk to it. It wouldn't restrict any input that they would give if requested or maybe even non-requested, but to actually serve on the board and raise your hand and say, yes, no, you have to be one of us.
There are people that come for 4 years here.
Pardon?
There's people that come for 4 years here. Might hold their home residence, be members of our community.
Don't you live
Is
here?
that considered, they're living, I would consider them living here.
All right.
Okay. What does it say? Reside?
So leave it, put it, do it.
Is that the legal meaning of that?
Or allowing the commission to make exceptions if they said, or if we just want to strictly limit it.
Now, I like the idea of giving the commission the discretion. I mean, you'd have to have a ulterior motive that was shared by a majority of the city council. And if that's the case, we're in real trouble.
And if they don't, if they really want to do it, they'll just change this rule. Do it.
Okay, so I'll have to see and include the current language.
I'm fine with that.
Yep.
So any more comments on 7472? This applies to the operational advisory bodies as well?
Did you find your?
No.
I did. It's 7473 was my little edit.
The way the
It
ordinance
says
is.
other advisory bodies.
The way it's, because.
Did you want-
Commissions
Did you want-
Okay,
and,
Okay.
so that would apply.
No, I have
The way the ordinance is written, you can change it is that operational bodies, it just gives the city manager, whoever that is, have the authority to create those.
Mhm.
And then it charges them with creating an administrative policy that matches this, because a
Okay.
resolution to do it, but isn't really, an administrative policy would be more appropriate for a board that Craig created versus a resolution.
okay,
It just outlines that he should have must have an administrative policy that mirrors
Mhm.
this for those operational boards.
okay,
So if he creates a board, an
Mhm.
operational
Yeah.
board, he would have to make sure he had an administrative policy in place first. It has similar standards for that,
Which would be approved by the city commission.
not administrative policy generally.
Gotcha. Ooh.
But he's charged with, in the ordinance, with if an operational board is created, then you would also have to have an administrative policy outlining membership and similar things.
The accountability of that, of ensuring that one does get formed, one does get created before the board, operational board is created. What is the accountability for that?
He's evaluated by the city commission.
What's that?
The city manager is answerable to the city commission, and
So if it's there,
they review his performance on his obligations as the chief administrative officer of the city.
Sounds good.
with that? Okay, so then it's just the ethics.
Okay, found my little typo.
This is really just what was currently there because we felt like part of the charge was just potentially updating this. We thought if you had any recommendations, they can add it if you based on language. Because we did not have had some conversation about
A, section 3, subsection B. The second sentence, reasonable fee for the time spent, may be accepted if the city, if not also compensating an individual section. Is if, I assume it is supposed to be if the city, oh, A, section 3, subsection B.
Okay.
Is it supposed to be maybe accepted if the city is not also compensating the individual?
You've got an extra in for something.
That's it. That's all I had. It all looks great. I like it all.
Any other comments on ethics?
And defer to the attorney in the room.
Yeah.
She likes it, I like it. Which one?
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so that's all those documents reviewed this evening. And so that means when could the digital questionnaire go out?
We can go out as soon as you're ready.
Well, if we considered it ready,
So these are the questions we're saying we want to go on in the digital questionnaire. These 4 right here.
So, okay, so as a champion for community engagement, sometimes what I have to do is advocate against timelines. And my feeling would be, to be asked you, are you ready or are you trying to rush this because you're feeling pressure?
I guess the thing is when I took you to mean ready, I meant, are we ready with the documents we've discussed tonight to go forward? That's what I was thinking.
Okay.
Like, we're okay for the digital questionnaire to go out because we're comfortable enough advertising the ethics policy, the policy, the ethics and the structure.
Well, the structure is going to be changed based on what we did tonight, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then I would just ask, I would love to, I don't know if this is practical given the setting, but I would love to see the explanation and reasoning before that goes out. Is that possible or practical? Or do you,
So you'd want the explanation and reasoning to be out before the questionnaire goes out so that folks have.
no,
For the event.
before the event, or I'm sorry, no. I would like to see what is going to be presented as the questionnaire, the reasoning on the questionnaire. How you interpret our reasoning for these changes. That's going to go to the public. Or are we not going to do that on the digital questionnaire and do that orally at the in-person meeting?
My reaction is that we are not ready because we need to have another meeting where we do that work. So I don't think.
Decide what's in the digital questionnaire.
You two correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think I can distill down all of your reasoning without your input.
Now, I agree with you there that in terms of what actually goes out in the questionnaire. So my question was more of, do we have the documents to go? Are we ready with all the documents we worked on tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
You ready to propose the structure?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. But now we have to talk at another meeting about the actual engagement event,
Yeah.
including the questionnaire.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So does anybody at least in the people attending tonight give a sort of partial feedback? So Sherry has something to go on with scheduling a meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I guess it's really how soon do we want to meet and try to stay on track? Not just you all want to stay on track. Before it goes. Because you want to meet again before we do any type of community engagement. Correct. And that conversation will be what you want Hannah to include in the questionnaire and
at the meeting, at the event.
okay.
I could bring you some drafts to respond to.
Ooh, I love that.
Like, and then a draft agenda for the meeting of what that might look like and talk about roles and responsibilities and, really get us all comfortable with what we're doing together. I feel like we're trying to push that in at the very last end of that meeting and that's not going to end up being as productive as we want it to be. So whether or not that is your regular next meeting or a special meeting, up to the committee.
How long is that going to take you to put that together? Because that's the basis. We'll have to at least wait that long. So
Yeah. It will take me, I could have it done in a couple of weeks.
So we're looking at like the third week in April now.
Like the 19th.
So 2 weeks from today would be April 12th. So then scheduling sometime after April 12th.
I'm out of town.
Two.
What about the
I
19th?
think that's the soonest we can get.
Yeah, that's the soonest.
After that,
Did we decide that Wednesdays are a great time for us or days? Day?
I think that's just kind of how it's fallen based off the calendar of this other city obligations.
Oh, okay.
But I don't think we were folded to.
Wednesdays and Thursdays.
Yeah.
I am gone the 10th through the 15th.
But what about the 19th?
The 14th.
Just the,
Mhm. I'm suggesting the 19th.
I could do the 19th.
We can look at it.
Good for me.
So
Would be okay.
of room, so
At least that's a start on a date with who's here.
but if you're meeting on April 19th,
We turn,
and then the next step would be questionnaire.
Mhm.
And 2 weeks, and then by 2 weeks to consider, then we're looking at next meeting then would be mid-May. So we may have to consider then looking at having additional time to take recommendations back to the commission.
Was the in-person engagement, did you remember that, Shannon? Did you get on that?
Well, yeah, I said you would, yeah, right, we have to do that too.
That happens too, yeah.
So, we meet on the 19th. Even if you got out that questionnaire immediately, 2 weeks it's out, and then you all discuss it for 2 weeks. We're looking around May 19th but after that point, when do we do I guess where in there does the in-person engagement fall? Do they meet again, or do we just go straight from questionnaire to they take that in and we have a meeting with?
I think the meeting can happen while the questionnaire is live.
Okay.
The two things can
Okay,
be
so those-
occurring simultaneously. And you're just letting people know there's an opportunity to digitally engage if you can't make it in person. So you're running beside
Okay.
each other.
Okay, so a
Parallel
mid-May
tracks.
meeting they'd have all the community engagement input they need to then finalize recommendations.
If they're ready, yeah.
Love this.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Mhm. Yes,
Okay, so perhaps we don't really need to, ask them to change the resolution. We're really close to being on target in May right?
I think the resolution gave you some flexibility. I thought the resolution said 4 months or as soon as possible.
I'm sure.
They're practically possible.
There, I don't think there's a big penalty
Yeah.
provision.
there's no.
I have,
Be booted off.
So you just outlined, I'm kind of thinking for the beginning of June.
Yeah, it's correct.
Yeah.
After is
Kind of what I'm thinking. The beginning of June sounds a little more.
Hey, before we adjourn, I'd like to make a correction. There was discussion early on in the meeting about subcommittees. Our office has given the opinion that if less than a majority of the board meets, that is not a meeting under the Kansas Open Meetings Act, and so it's not subject to it. So it's technically permissible without having a public meeting. I would say that the commission has generally wanted city business to be done open and transparently so the public can observe. And the city in general has gotten some criticism when subcommittees have worked and presented, things came out of subcommittees that were not aired, in public meetings. So fun to do that.
but less than a majority.
Less than a majority of the board.
Great. Got it done. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Make a motion to adjourn.
I second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, hearing none. Thank
Thank
you
you
all
all.
for staying a little bit longer to get that done. I think maybe that helps staff that we got that done that little bit. So thank you all. Thank you. Yeah.
See you on the 19th.